the August 18th, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. Before I get into our regular announcements, I did want to make a special one. I wanted to extend a hearty congratulations to our colleague, Councilmember Junie Joseph, who was just selected to be the nominee for the HD10 seat in the House of Representatives. So congratulations, we're very proud of you. Although we will miss you when you have to resign early after what I'm sure will be a successful election in the fall. So, but congrats. And let's see, then can we move into a couple other announcements that we can get on the screen here? Okay, during the entire month of August, RTD will offer zero fares across its system as part of the Zero Fare for Better Air initiative. This collaborative statewide initiative made possible by Colorado Senate Bill 22-180 in partnership with the Colorado Energy Office is designed to reduce ground level ozone by increasing use of public transit. Current RTD customers will also benefit as you will not have to use or purchase fare products from August 1st through the 31st during Colorado's high ozone season. So by taking advantage of free transit in August, you can save money on gas and parking, avoid the frustration of driving in traffic, help improve air quality by reducing single occupant vehicle traffic, use your commute to catch up on work, listen to music, or read a book. So for more information, please visit RTD's site at www.rtd-denver.com/URL I can't see because it's blocked. But go to their main site, you'll find it from there.
Oh, Lisa's got to turn her notifications off. Sorry about that, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Next. COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. So for information provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. The Boulder site for that is 2445 Stasio Drive. That's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. All right, after those announcements, I will go ahead and call us to order. And Elisha, if we could do the roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let's start with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much. All right, now let's talk about the agenda. I actually want to bring up a couple of things here. One is that the outdoor dining item has a bit of additional information to it. So it's looking like that's going to take longer than 15 minutes, just as an FYI. Might be 30 minutes or so. And also we had at CAC this week, we proposed to add under item 6B, to add item 6B, disposable bag fee in single-use plastics option. And an 8A, a living wage update from Councilmember Folkerts. There was also a hotline email from Kurt Fernhaber, our Director of Housing and Human Services, about the discussion on day service and navigation center. There is some concern, though, now with the meeting getting too long. So he did note that the next two upcoming provider meetings, which are coming up soon, are open to the public. One second. So those are open to the public, so any member of the council can attend those. But then there's the question of potentially setting up a process subcommittee for that. So my proposal is that we talk about that at our study session next week to keep the meetings balanced, and that if council is interested in forming that process subcommittee, that we do so probably on consent on September 1st. So with all that, so the proposal now is to then add to the agenda the item 6B for the disposable bag fee and 8A, the living wage update, if that is amenable to council. So that sounds good. Maybe somebody could make that motion.
So moved.
Moved. Second.
Okay, motion second to amend the agenda. All in favor? Hold your hand up. That's everybody. Very good. Thanks. The agenda is duly amended. Also, now I want to turn it over to Junie just for a quick announcement about her evening. So, Junie, if you wanted to speak to that, please.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank you, Mayor Brackett, for your kindness. Thank you so much. Also, I'm part of the Geographic Naming Board, and the board is having a meeting. So I might have to step away from our council meeting for about 15 to 20 minutes, but I'm here for the rest of the night. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for letting us know about that, Junie. Okay, so now we can move forward with open comment. So can we explain our rules of decorum for that, please?
Yes, thank you so much. And we'll get the slides up. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Brenda Rittenauer. I am from our Communication and Engagement Department and your public participation facilitator on Zoom this evening. As some of you may know these slides well, I appreciate your patience while we go through them for folks who have not joined us as often or might be joining us tonight for the very first time. So I'll just read through these quickly. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision is designed to support the physical and emotional safety of community members, staff, and council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. We went through quite a process to design this vision, and you can learn more about that by going to our website, bouldercolorado.gov, and put in the search function, Productive Atmospheres. You can learn probably more than you'd ever want to know. Next slide. Next slide, please. There we go. The following are examples of rules of our rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support our vision, and these will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they're commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted, and it does look like everyone is displaying their name at this point, so thank you all so much for that. If you think you need help with that, please reach out to me in the Q&A box. And we are ready to begin.
Thanks so much, Brenda. All right, we've got 11 people signed up for open comment. Each one will get 2 minutes to speak. Our first three are Ari All, Justin Weiss, and Kyle Castleberry.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. I want to thank Boulder City Council for their time and consideration. My name is Dr. Ari All. I am a physician and psychiatrist working in Boulder, Colorado. I'm here to talk about decriminalization of psychedelics. In the past 10 years, research has shown that psychedelics can have a profound effect on anxiety, depression, and trauma. A single dose of psilocybin has much higher remission rates for depression than the traditional antidepressants we currently use in psychiatry. In that same line, MDMA has been shown to have the highest efficacy for trauma and PTSD of any treatment tried so far. As for safety, studies have shown that in terms of harm to society and harm to the person taking the drug, alcohol, heroin, and cocaine cause the most harm, while MDMA, LSD, and psilocybin cause the least harm of any illicit drug. A recent study from the Journal of Psychopharmacology showed that those who use psychedelics are actually less likely to commit a crime than the general population. Denver has decriminalized psilocybin, and a review panel by Denver's city council reported, quote, decriminalizing psilocybin mushrooms in the city and county of Denver has not since created any significant public health or safety issue in the city. As for addiction, studies have shown that psychedelics have anti-addictive properties and can be used to treat diseases such as alcohol addiction. Furthermore, due to the high tolerance that occurs immediately after taking psychedelics, traditional psychedelics such as LSD and psilocybin are extremely hard, if not impossible, to use every day, lowering the risk of abuse. I ask that Boulder City Council make decriminalization of psychedelics a priority in order to end arrest and match our policy with the prevailing science. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ari. Next, we have Justin Weiss, Kyle Castleberry, and Neil Rasmussen.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me speak this evening. My name is Justin Weiss, and I'll also be speaking on the topic of decriminalizing visionary plants and fungi, such as the psilocybin mushrooms, DMT-containing plants, and preparations such as the ayahuasca brew and mescaline-containing cacti. So for the last 7 years, I've worked for the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, which is a nonprofit dedicated to medicalizing and legalizing psychedelic drugs through the rescheduling. And I've worked on the MDMA PTSD trials, and therefore I've seen upfront the astounding power that these drugs have, in addition to their surprising safety profiles. While I envision legalization of these drugs, the decriminalization approach is an incredible start. So decriminalization would help destigmatize drugs that may have more dangerous legal ramifications than they do detriment to the body and brain. So while there's a vast amount of scientific validation behind the benefits and safety of these substances, I'm going to focus on the ramifications of these new findings themselves. So the acceptance of psychedelic substances is becoming a mainstream happenstance, with major names in science and journalism, such as Michael Pollan, openly advocating for reconsideration of drug laws. More people are going to be curious about the current scheduling of these drugs, which once again are right alongside life-threatening substances in their legal classifications. So as cannabis legalization has become concomitant with progressivism, I expect we'll see the same case with psychedelic plants and fungi. There are a number of cities that have taken this approach, as was just mentioned, and as a consequence, many non-violent drug users who no longer have the same risk of their lives being compromised by the legal ramifications. So with increasing curiosity around the medical potential for so many of these substances, we can only expect to see more people drawn to psychedelic alternatives for the ailments that they may help remedy. Decriminalization of psychedelic plants and fungi is a chance for Boulder to continue being a safe and inclusive place to live. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Justin. Now we have Kyle Castleberry, Neil Rasmussen, and Noah Musgrave.
Hello, Council. My name is Kyle Castleberry. I'd like to take this opportunity to share a particular part of my personal story with you. In 2017, at the age of 33, I found myself at the bitter end of my emotional and spiritual inaptitude. Up to this point, I had struggled all my adult life to feel and relate to the experiences of my own life in a good and generative and connective way, and so unable to relate to the experiences of others through connection and compassion. Like my brother, mother, her mother, and a line of ancestors before them, depression among us was configured in such a way as rendering us powerless in the face of inclement mental health to an unfortunate degree. Ayahuasca changed that for me, and later, other plants. I'm also here today to voice my desire for Boulder to decriminalize the use of entheogenic plants and fungi. I don't use ayahuasca anymore. I received the messages and the healing. It defragmented and reconfigured me. Today, I not only embrace my own life, but truly create from it a fully engaged experience of joy, pleasure, co-creation, and frankly, happiness. This allows me to actually touch the lives of others in a good way. And it's a direct result of plant medicines. My gifts in this life have since blossomed. I share them frequently with my different communities. 3 weeks ago, I facilitated teaching children aged 7 to 13 at the Boulder School of Fine Arts at Art Camp. 2 days ago, I facilitated teaching adults at a retreat over the course of 5 days. I think plant medicines for these connections. Things growing from the earth should be sacrament, not criminal. Thank you for your ear and for your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Next, we have Neil Rasmussen, Noah Musgrave, and Tammy Brannon.
I am not seeing Neil or Noah at this point. I do have some names on our participant list who are not on our registered list. So if you are here, Neil or Noah, under a different name, please reach out to me in the Q&A so we can get that changed and put you back in the line. So next we would go to Tammy, followed by Patrick Murphy.
Again.
Tammy, you should be able to unmute. You may need to press *6. There you go. You got it. It looks like you got
Sorry,
it.
can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all tonight. My name is Tammy Brennan. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of Colorado. I've been practicing for over 23 years in healthcare primarily in hospice, palliative care, and grief and loss. Over my years, I've worked with hundreds of patients with major psychological needs that center around anxiety, depression, as well as emotional and existential distress. Today, I'm hopeful with your support that soon psychedelics will become available to treat and help these patients and many more that you've heard from tonight. We know now through research and clinical trials at renowned institutions like Johns Hopkins and many others across the US that psychedelics work, and in some cases reports of 65 to 85% relief of the emotional existential distress of people who are at end of life. Not only are these treatments effective, but the results can often be immediate following just one dose. This is critically important for the people that I've worked with all of these years who have often life-limiting or terminal diagnoses. They may have only weeks to months to live, and traditional therapies and approaches that I've done over my 23 years often fall short of really being able to help relieve their suffering. All of these patients I've mentioned, and others, especially the ones that have a life-limiting diagnosis or a terminal diagnosis, deserve to have access to psychedelics so that we as their providers and caregivers can help them live the remainder of their life with as much peace and comfort as possible. I hope that you will see that Boulder County could set a wonderful example.
Tammy, your time is up.
Again,
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we have Patrick Murphy, Sherry Hack, and Lynn Siegel.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 53 years. Just like many of today's students, I moved into the dorms, but that was 53 years ago. I've seen lots of changes in Boulder, but one consistently bad change has been Boulder's failure to rationally attack climate change, starting with the Muni. High aspirational narratives with lack of critical review and irrational goals that were filled with hype, but ultimately hollowed out by lack of honest financial assessment. The Muni was the start, and the current climate inaction is the second act with many of the same actors. Slide 2. The current climate action leader spent more time on the Muni than on his actual position. Slide 2, please, as a supposedly separate climate and sustainability leader. Boulder seems to dwell in rhetoric, such as more aggressive goals but little action. Slide 2, please. This is sustained by a lack of real financial accountability and transparency. For example, it took a couple of years to get the Muni to reveal their real budget that consumed millions from other departments that included Jonathan's department. Slide 2, please. He and others just went along. That Muni obsession has tainted the thinking of Boulder climate action to this day. I watched last week's Excel Boulder advisory panel, and true to form, only a fraction of the panel attended, and the session was more of a listing of good intentions, lots of collaboration, and very little action. This bureaucratic heaven with lots of talk replaces a true cost-benefit analysis of any of the alternatives. This is the opposite of what we need. Thanks for that slide. Accelerating goals is about the best thing they can do, but based on the actual achievements, I can almost guarantee failure since time and climate change are not slow, but rather here and now. When we're asked for more climate action money in November, be skeptical. Slide 3.
Patrick, your time is up, I'm afraid, but thanks for your testimony.
Well, I had to say slide 2 over and over again.
Oh, okay.
To finish my last sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we're asked for more climate action money in November, be skeptical, be very skeptical. The planet burns, floods, and dies, while Boulder fiddles with climate change.
Thanks, Patrick. Then we have Sherry Hack, Lynn Siegel, and Darren O'Connor.
I'm a 23-year resident of Boulder. I encourage all open comment speakers to identify their city of residence. August 8th was just another normal Monday in Boulder. Here's a sampling of happenings from just that one day. At Southern Hills Middle School, a man breaks windows and damages a police car with a 12-pound rock. He also throws the rock at the police officer, striking his knee and thigh, seriously injuring him. At a bus stop near Whole Foods, a man holding a metal rake and hammer is menacing others and breaking glass. 15 minutes prior, police had just given him a summons for a theft at Target. The same suspect had been arrested for menacing on 7/23. He was also arrested on 5/6 for exposing his genitals to a father and his 13-year-old daughter on the bike path. This is a repeat offender who keeps getting released out to the community to do more harm. On Edison Lane, a man is seen convulsing either from drugs or a seizure. He is violent towards the first responders and must be in restraints at the hospital. He is issued a felony summons. He was arrested again 2 days later. This isn't even the tip of the iceberg of the multiple crimes that happen here daily. City Council majority, are you paying attention? Recently, one of you implied that we speakers were trying to make it seem like Boulder was a scene out of the movie Escape from New York. In that movie, they made Manhattan into a place to incarcerate criminals. However, in Boulder, we mostly don't lock up criminals. They say life imitates art. There's a great movie called The Town. There's a scene in the movie where 4 criminals have just committed a crime. A police officer sees them and they all lock eyes for a moment. Then the cop looks away and the criminals leave in a getaway car. I'm not saying our Boulder police ignore crime. Quite the opposite, as they are getting injured and even killed to protect us. But the majority of you on City Council are looking away from the crime that is happening in Boulder. I invite City Council members to join me in a field trip around Boulder. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Darren O'Connor, and Steve Pomeranz.
Along that line, let's be real here. The wealth inequity is the problem here. And we aren't going to improve any wealth inequity with all the subsidies that we're giving for development in this town. We're just going to bring more people here first and more wealth inequity, even more. So you need to rethink your policy deeply. And you know that on every corner, you're seeing homeless people camping out everywhere. It doesn't matter if you tell them, oh, in 48 hours, you have to leave, because another one and another one and another one's going to take their place. And it's just endless. And the thought of CU South and the impact on water, our water use, you know, it's not just bad for the city of Boulder, it's bad for CU. It's bad for everybody to just grow for the sake of growing. It's just not feasible. Why don't you people have a video up for folks yet? Is this just a hick town in the middle of nowhere? You know, I'm not vaccinated. I'm not going to go out much. You know, I try to stay away. I need Zoom. And yet I'm faceless to you. Why? What's that about? I see your faces. Why don't you want to see mine? Don't give me the same old excuse that it's bad actors. Come on, get real. There's no use blaming anything on the pandemic. No, it's that you don't want to see me. Well, I want to be seen. And I'm part of this community. And when I go out on the street, I want you to know who I am. Why hide that? Just stop it with CU. The millennium needs to be preserved. Stop already with all this growth.
Thank you, Lynn, for your testimony. Now we have Darren O'Connor, and our last speaker is Steve Pomerantz.
Good evening, Boulder Council members and staff. My name is Darren O'Connor, and I'm a local attorney that pays particular attention to police matters. I'm also the Criminal Justice Committee Chair for the Boulder NAACP branch. I come tonight to share concerns with policing and especially the ongoing calls for more and more funding for the Boulder Police Department. Much of this is for new hires. In support of this, you are told by community members and by our police chief that crime is rising and that a thicker, thin blue line, that is more police, is what stands between a safe Boulder and a Boulder subject to terrorist attacks, to white supremacist terrorism, and to homeless individuals taking over the city. Sadly, this narrative has landed with many in our community, including many on council. But taking homelessness as an example, the police data on the impact of more police and city staff dedicated to this issue in Boulder, and let's not forget, nearly $3 million extra dollars thrown at the problem, is more people camping in public spaces. Policing cannot solve this problem. It's been tried here before. It's been tried countless other places. The number one cause of homelessness is overwhelmingly the high cost of housing, which Boulder and the surrounding area has in spades. Criminalizing the poor souls who cannot afford a home is not the solution. As for more police, it will not reduce the crime that the police chief recently presented to you via the chief's new data analyst. I resent you a correlation study of the police's own data today that shows that hiring more police will not affect crime rates. Stop the insanity, stop throwing money at the police budget, and start funding the root causes of what too many in this town call crime, being poor. Instead, increase assistance, hire peer navigators, and place them in the library as just one alternative example. Council, I call on you to love your neighbors and instead of hiring and sicking more police on them. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Our last speaker is Steve Pomerantz.
Hi, Steve Pomerantz, 335 17th Street, former council member. I'm speaking about the failure of the ballot title for the referendum to repeal Ordinance 8483. Next slide, please. All right, so I can see the slide system doesn't, where we go. Okay, problem with the proposed ballot title. The ballot title, should Ordinance 8483 regarding the annexation of CU South be repealed, is inadequate. The problem is the word regarding is way too indefinite. Most voters do not want to know what Ordinance 8483 does. So this title does not provide the voter with necessary information as to the effect of a yes versus no vote. Next slide, please. The solution is very simple. Change the ballot title so it's specific. Should Ordinance 8483, which annexes the land known as CU South and sets the terms thereof, be repealed? This language clearly distinguishes a yes from a no vote. Voters do not have to look up Ordinance 8483, and it only adds 7 words. The charter and Colorado statutes support making this change. Next slide, please. Charter section 48, which is the charter section that covers titles, requires a clear, concise statement descriptive of the substance of the measure, which may be distinct from the legal title. There's been an argument about that the title was plucked from the initiative, which, by the way, the petition, which was written by the staff, by the way. Next slide, please. Colorado statutes state, consider public confusion that might be caused by misleading titles. Avoid titles for which the effect of a yes or no vote would be unclear, and express the true intent of the meaning of the measure. Next slide, please. So, to meet the charter requirements of state law, use the title that I suggested. This will clearly show the effect of a yes versus no vote. If you change it tonight, do final
Time
reading.
is up, but thank you.
Plenty of time to get it to the county clerk.
Thank you. So that brings open comment to a close. I'll turn to staff to see if there are any responses.
No responses on my end, except to just say for those interested in a conversation about homelessness, we're having that on the annual homelessness update on September 1st. And I believe that we have not yet rescheduled the Muni Court and PD update, which we usually talk about, some stats there on crime. And so as soon as we get that, we will be sharing that with the public as well.
Thanks, Marianne. And I will note that Neil Rasmussen and Noah Musgrave did not join back in. Turn to council for any responses they might have. Nicole?
Yeah, I just had a question for staff. I don't know if anyone from our police department is here tonight, but one of the speakers mentioned not sort of keeping people in jails who've had kind of repeat offenses and things like that. My understanding was that it's the county that is responsible for that rather than the city. And I was just wondering if staff could clarify that, because my understanding is that we don't really have a say in that, and it's the counties.
We do not, I believe, have anyone from PD here today, but I will affirm that the jail system is not within our purview. We do not control that. That is up to the county as that moves forward. So in the courts, so that is not us.
Okay, thank you. And so if people have concerns about jailing, and who would be the correct person at the county to bring that to? Would that be the district attorney's office or someone else, the sheriff?
I'm certain that they could bring it to both. And certainly if there is someone specific, I wouldn't know right now exactly who they are, but the sheriff certainly would be someone to speak to. I think that would be the right person. Teresa, I think you're nodding your head with me.
Yes, that's right. The jail falls under the authority of the county sheriff. And so that would be the appropriate place to address concerns and voice feedback and opinions.
Great. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Ms. Rachel, then Tara.
Yeah, I just wondered, we've had a number of speakers over the last few months on like psychedelics and psilocybin mushrooms. And as someone who has been a community activist in the past, I think it's helpful to get a little response from the people that you're advocating to. So I didn't know if it was worth like a straw poll or brief discussion amongst ourselves. Is that something that there are 5 people that do want to add that to the work plan, or is there some feedback that we can give to petitioners on ways that they may move forward with their goals from our perspective? Is that like a little discussion or anything we can have?
Yeah, and I'll just say that, Rachel, thanks for responding to those points. But I think without putting something in the agenda, I wouldn't do a straw poll, but I would welcome people to speak to their interest in moving something like this forward tonight if they're so moved.
And I see Teresa has her hand up, but also, you know, my goal would not be to try to inhibit anyone's First Amendment rights to speak to us. I just think it's helpful if we give some feedback.
Great. I'll turn to Teresa, who may have something relevant to say here.
I do, and I want to correct some earlier advice that I gave. And it is appropriate under matters from council for you all to take up items that were brought up under public comment. And so that's certainly something that you could do tonight. And my apologies for not having that information at my fingertips last time we discussed it.
Okay. Thanks, Teresa. The meeting may get a little long tonight, so I think we could come back to it if we have time. But Rachel, did you want to offer anything else?
Just I guess my perspective is I think we've got a pretty full work plan, so I'm not personally probably going to advocate for us to add this to our work plan, but think it's helpful to, again, just give some feedback, whatever that may be from colleagues, for how people could move this forward, whether that's a getting signatures for a ballot initiative or a county measure, things like that. So I don't know when the appropriate time to discuss it is, but I feel like people are doing a lot of work, and it's respectful of us to respond to that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. So we can see if we have 10 minutes to maybe talk about it tonight, or perhaps at another business meeting sometimes if we do not. And if people have quick thoughts for the moment, feel free to offer them. But we probably don't want to take 10 or 15 minutes plus right now on the topic. Mark and then Tara.
Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty full agenda. I'm not sure that I want to veer off and get heavily into the area of psychedelics, but what I would like to understand is what the state of science is. We have references from speakers that some studies have shown. I don't know which studies those are. I don't know how many there are. Are there countervailing studies? It would be helpful to me if somebody could tell us a little bit more about where the state of the medical profession is with respect to this, and is this does this represent the majority opinion among physicians and scientists, or is it simply a fringe opinion? I have no way of knowing, but it would be nice if we did know. My second comment is, what is the appropriate time to discuss Mr. Pomerantz's comments about the referendum or the language of the referendum?
So what I might say is, so right after the consent agenda, we'll be doing the continued public hearing on that topic. So how about we have the full discussion of the matter at that time rather than the response to open comment, if that's all right.
That'll be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Tara, Bob, Lauren.
I was going to ask the same thing that Mark just asked in regards to Steve Pomerantz. So thanks for that, Mark. I do want to say that if we are going to ask, I think we need council approval to ask for staff to do anything about the whole, what's the word, Silas? Help me here.
Psilocybin.
Psilocybin issue. I agree with her that I just don't think we have time or resources to deal with it at this time. So I don't know, Mark, if we should even get into it. I think we have to decide that first, personally.
Thanks. Bob, Lauren?
I was just going to make a request. If and when we get to it, I agree we don't have time tonight, and we may not have time on this council's work plan this year. But if and when we have that discussion, two pieces of information that would be helpful for me. I have a dim recollection that may be incorrect, that there's some state ballot measures on the subject. It'd be nice to know from the state attorney's office what those are, and maybe some of the requests that are being made of us might be made moot by whatever that result of that voting might be. The second is I know there's been some requests for decriminalization. If we ever get to this discussion, it would be helpful to understand from our police department what type of criminal enforcement there has been around these substances.
Thanks, Bob. Lauren?
Yeah, I'd support bringing up this under council matters either tonight or in another meeting. I think similarly to what Rachel said, I would really appreciate sort of understanding what kind of lift this would be from staff, and what sort of the options are. So, if it's not taken as a council priority, what options the petition, what other options there might be for this to be brought forward by the community.
Thanks, Lauren. Mary, and then I'll call on myself.
To that end, I was just thinking and reminded that this would require the kind of research that you're asking for, both from the decriminalization aspect and what the state of medical research is, what it is nationally, would likely require a nod of 3 to pursue this kind of research per your handbook. So as you are thinking about it, whenever the topic comes up, just know that we will likely need to know that there are folks in agreement that we actually invest some time and resources into this.
Yeah, and I'll call on myself because I think there's probably the threshold question about whether resources should be devoted to getting some of these answers. And I will note, as Bob brought out about the ballot measure, my understanding is that there is a ballot measure that is qualified for the statewide ballot that would set up kind of healing centers that would be allowed to dispense psilocybin, but also my understanding is it would also decriminalize those substances statewide. So it feels like in just 3 months here, we're going to see whether this is effectively done right at the state level. So I think that's very relevant, personally. All right, and if that's good enough for that topic or any others from open comment, we can move on that, and we'll see when we can squeeze in another touch on a short touch on this in under matters tonight or another business meeting soon. Okay, that brings us to our consent agenda, I believe.
All right, sir. Our consent agenda on tonight's agenda is item number 3, and it includes items 3A through 3I.
Are there any questions or comments on the consent agenda, Lauren?
Yeah, so as I sent out a hotline, and I would like to recommend adopting the alternative language that I emailed out for option I in regards to our in-person hybrid meeting setup. I don't know.
I think it's a short amendment, so do you mind just reading out what that change would be so everybody's familiar with what you're talking about?
Yes, let me put it in front of my face real quick. Sorry.
And I mean, you could even let us know about it in the form of a motion with an amendment.
Okay, I would like to motion, and do you want me to read the whole thing or just the change?
I think you can say the whole consent agenda, but with this particular change.
Okay. I'd like to motion that we change or the BRC 212 to add the clarifying language, the council or city manager's ability to exclude or limit public from in-person attendance shall be limited to meetings where public health or safety concern exists. And similarly, for 231, I would like to add the clarifying language, the city board or commission's ability to exclude or limit public participation from in-person attendance shall be limited to meetings where a public health or safety concern exists. And this is for item I, the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt by emergency measure ordinance 8545, amending sections 212 and 2-2.5-11 231, allowing for boards and commissions and the city council members to attend meetings virtually or in person and setting forth related details.
Thanks. Do you mind just changing your initial language to I move the consent agenda with the amendment?
I move the consent agenda with the aforementioned amendment.
Great. And Sandra, did you want to add something there?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and Lauren, you did a great job reading that off. The only thing I would ask is that if we could also include in that motion that the alternate ordinance 8545 is passed, just to be clear where that language falls within the ordinance.
Okay. I motion that we pass the consent agenda, including ordinance 8545, but with the aforementioned amendments to section 212 and 231 of the Boulder Revised Code.
So do it, Sandra.
The alternate ordinance 8545.
Okay, I motion.
So there was an alternate ordinance 8545 that was attached to the hotline that includes this new language, and that's the one I think that you want to pass.
Yes, indeed. I would like to move forward the consent agenda, including the alternate ordinance 8545.
As sent out on hotline?
As sent out on hotline.
Okay, good. Do we have a second? Then we'll go to Mark.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Mark, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, a quick question with respect to the boards and commissions. Who will be making that determination as to public health concern that permits a virtual meeting? Will it be the board and commission itself? Will it be?
Sandra, you're muted. Sandra's trying to answer you. I think she just didn't realize.
I'm so sorry. I was muted. Thank you for your question, Mark. It is in fact the boards and commissions that would make that determination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote here on the consent agenda as amended.
All right, so we'll start tonight's roll call vote with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
I will abstain because I didn't hear the full conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
and Weiner.
Yes.
Mayor, the consent agenda, items A through I is hereby approved with the noted amendments to adopt the alternate ordinance 8545 8-1.
Thanks. Although I believe an abstention technically counts as a yes, if I remember correctly.
I was going to add, and I just realized it was the consent agenda. And yes.
I think abstaining is fine, but I think it technically counts as a yes. Great. Can we move on to our continued public hearing item now, please?
All right, sir. We have item number 5 on tonight's agenda, which is our public hearings. 5A is the continued second reading of the following ballot items. We have Ordinance 8534, which is related to the annexation referendum of CU South. 8539, which is related to the library district formation and changes to our charter if that district is formed. 8540 is related to council candidates and how candidates can run in the election. 8546 is related to changing our elections, the municipal elections to even years. And 8542 is related to the climate action tax.
Thanks. Kathy, are you going to speak to where we are here?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I do have slides that sometimes makes this easier, and you can go ahead to the second slide. Thank you. Here's a list of the ordinances that you had public hearing on last week and some discussion, and all of the ordinances were continued until tonight. Ordinance 8534 about the referendum on CU South. In the hotline packet you received, Section 5, the safety clause was changed as you requested. 8539 is a repeal of the charter library provisions. That does not have any change. And so we'll just continue it tonight so that all the ballot measures will be finally adopted or finally considered and potentially adopted on September 1st. 8540 is clarifying the candidate provisions of the charter, and that again has no changes. 8546 is even year candidate elections, and I have a slide for that. And 8542 is the climate tax and debt authorization. Next slide, please. With respect to 8534 is a referendum on CU South. August 11th, Council requested that Section 5, the safety clause, be changed to say that the that this was adopted pursuant to the Constitution and the Charter rather than as necessary for the safety of the city. And for Ordinance 8546 about even year elections, the language that we added, that council requested be added, that to the ballot language, that the November election date in 2026 and thereafter should be the same date as the state ballot issue election. Nicole raised a good point that we have ballot issue elections every year, and a better phrasing of that would be to say the same date as the general state election. So I'd recommend that change to what was in the top line. And then the other change to that one was that the term of the mayor extends until a successor is served, that the person is not required to. Next slide, please. This is amendments to the climate tax that are recommended by staff. After we looked at it more carefully, went through, thought that there were some easier, more clear ways that things could have been worded. So, and there was a mistake in that emissions was not plural. We wanted to consistently use the term incentives rather than use alternate synonyms that could have different definitions. Eliminate the limitation on undergrounding to high-risk areas. The limitation on financial assistance for low-income utility customers, so that it can be financial assistance to them. And clarify the final language of methods to participate with public or private financing. In the code language, we eliminated the restriction on spending for greenhouse gas emission targets to make it as broad as all the climate goals of the city. We added 2 new categories in the list of use of funds that are consistent with the ballot issue that were not in the original ordinance as drafted, and gave the complete definition of CPI rather than the abbreviation in the code. Next slide, please. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And if it's helpful, the motions, since you have to do motions for each of these separately, I do have a slide for those motions when you get to the point of making the motions on them.
Thanks so much for that, Kathy. I'll just get us started. There was some interest, I think, from multiple council members in addressing the questions that were raised by Steve Pomerantz in the open comment testimony. And I'll just add to that, I think, because we all sent an email over to him or some other folks who had similar concerns recently that mentioned that there are charter requirements that lead us to the existing language. And so if maybe you could elaborate what those charter, what it is in the charter that we're complying with that particular language.
Sure, be happy to. The requirements of the charter are that the charter language be clear and concise and not use arguments for or against. And we have interpreted that as also being complete, which it's hard to be clear and concise when you're abbreviating, I forget how long the CU South Annexation Ordinance is. But one of the problems with the change to the language that was recommended by the committee is it says that the ordinance just annexes the CU South property, when the ordinance does a whole lot more than just annex the property. And so why that we went with the staff recommended language that it's regarding the annexation of that property. The main reason we went with the language that's in the ordinance is because that's the language that was on each page of the referendum petition that was signed by the people that endorsed the petition. The other thing I think it's important to know is that when Mr. Pomerantz was referring to this, he was talking about the staff, that it was staff's wording for the initiative. There was an earlier initiative, but what's on the ballot now is a referendum, and staff does not draft that. They can make comments, but the committee does not have to pay attention to the comments. And I frankly don't know if there were comments even given to the committee on that one. the other thing is in the language originally requested, which is different than what Mr. Pomerantz requested tonight, there was a summary of what would happen if the ordinance was repealed that is different than what section 50 of the charter says if the ordinance is repealed. So mainly because it's the language that's in the referendum petition itself that is in the ordinance is the reason that we're recommending that the council keep it that way. And also to make sure that we aren't misleading the voters into thinking that the ordinance only annexes the property. It does more than just annex the property.
Thanks, Kathy. That's very helpful. Does anyone have any follow-up questions on that matter? Mark?
Yeah, Kathy, are we legally precluded from changing the language to something along the lines that Mr. Pomerantz suggests?
The ballot titles are set by council. So if you want, it's not like you're legally precluded from doing anything since it's up to council to do, but the charter does give you direction on how to do it.
Okay.
Which you can ignore, of course, but that's risky.
Okay, Mayor Brockett, is this a good time to comment or just questions?
We'll just finish our questions and then get to comments here in a moment.
Okay.
Any other questions? Rachel?
I guess just want to make sure I'm following Kathy's advice here or feedback. Would you say that, you know, to Mark's point that we can change language? You just said something about, I think, risky. Is the least risky route to keep the language that the petitioners had on their petition? And I guess I'm wondering, like, if I signed a petition and that language is in there and then we change it, that's maybe an odd thing for us to do and not in keeping with what people thought they were signing.
Yes, to your question, and the only reason I'm being hesitant is because there are several ways for people to challenge a ballot title after it is set. And so that's only one way. I would say that's one of the prime ways. So yes, you're making it far less risky to use that same language.
So if we stick with what we have already in the packet tonight, that does not increase risk. If we change it, it might increase risk.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Tara and then Bob.
But isn't what Steve's saying that he wants, that's more important to him than risk, changing the ballot language? So I would think that, and I guess this is a comment, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but if I can't understand a ballot question, that's really frustrating for me when I'm as a voter. So I would think that is super important. Is that not true, that that's a bigger risk?
Is your question, is it a bigger risk that voters won't understand? Well, I don't believe that what has been proposed by the committee is more clear. That's what's in the ordinance that we've given you. In fact, I think it's misleading. One, two, if you think that the ordinance language is, the ballot language is unclear, you absolutely can change that. I would recommend changing it in a way that's clear and concise and accurately reflects the ordinance rather than just takes pieces of it.
Bob?
Thanks, Kathy. That's a great segue into my question. So if we were to go down the path, which sounds like you're recommending we don't, but if a majority in council wanted to go down this path of changing the language different from what was on the petition pages, it sounds like you're recommending that if we're going to go down that path, we would need to kind of enumerate in the ballot title not only the annexation, but all the other things that ordinance did, because that ordinance did a lot of things. And so we'd have to kind of go through and say, if you repeal this ordinance, you're also going to do this and this and this and this and this and this. It would be a pretty long title, right? I mean, it did a lot of things in the ordinance. Am I correct?
Yes, if you want to be as precise as saying it just annexes the proper, or, you know, the specifics rather than just regarding annexation, say it specifically annexes, I think you have to start going through the other things that it does. And
Thanks,
yes,
Kathy. Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, looks like that's it for questions. People want to jump in with comments before we get started on the motion making? Mark, you had one, I know.
This is coming from somebody who does not support repealing the ordinance, and I do not support the referendum, and will certainly vote against it in November. But I do think there is a certain lack of clarity to the language that we're using. I think the language proposed by Mr. Pomerantz gets more to the heart of the matter. And I don't know that we need to go down each and every provision. I wouldn't have a problem with that as well if we want to show the community all the things that they will be repealing if they pass this referendum. But as again, coming from somebody who does not favor this referendum or the repeal of what we have done, I am also not afraid of clarity and of being upfront and transparent to our community. I don't think that the more we are transparent, the greater our risks are of defeat with respect to this. So I would actually urge that we be a little more detailed and transparent than we are, because I think the more that we do that, the greater our chances are of being successful in November, as opposed to this rather vague, regarding language, which I just don't think gets to the heart of the matter. And that's just, my 2 cents on it. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Rachel, Matt, Tara.
I guess my concern is, the petitioners chose that language, and as I understand it, put it on every page of, the petition that they had people sign. And if we change that and they, aren't successful in their referendum, then I think anybody who signed that petition can say City Council put something on that's different than what we signed. It was changed. It wasn't what we wanted. So I think if there's risk to us changing the language, I would not want to do anything that could result in problems for saving lives through flood mitigation being accomplished. So that's my concern. So I would, I understand the petitioners maybe, I don't know, have buyer's remorse about their language, but I think that we go with their language because they put it on their petition, and that's sounds like the safest route for us to do. So that's what I would like us to do.
Thanks, Rachel. Matt and Tara, I'll call myself.
Thanks, Aaron. I guess a couple things. One, I think it's a little concerning that if this was the language that was on each of the signature pages that went out to people to sign it, and yet the people that put this together are saying that itself is ambiguous language, it maybe calls into question what was being signed by the residents themselves and the ambiguity of that language at the heart of it. So that sort of throws a lot up in the air in that capacity, begs a lot to question. But I would say in terms of where to go from here, I would either stick with the language we have, or really, if we're going to go down the full path of transparency, then we need to, go down that laundry list, like Bob said, of stating everything that's going to be repealed. That's full transparency. And if that's what they want, then I don't think we can sort of get some transparency or clarity. Let's just go full throttle. So I'd say keep it the way it is, or give the whole laundry list.
Tara?
Yep, I agree with Mark that I wish it was clearer. I agree that it should be more transparent, but I am concerned about timing because it takes us an awful long time to find the right language here on this council, never mind agreeing to new language. I can't imagine that's going to take a short time. So that is my biggest concern, that we would even be able to figure this out language-wise in enough time.
Calling myself. So I find particularly persuasive that it's the language that was in the petition itself. So it feels fundamentally like we should stick with that. And then I also, although secondarily, find persuasive that that it is not fully accurate to say that it is reversing the annexation because of all the other things that ordinance does. So appreciate the chance to talk this through, but I feel like we really should put on the ballot what was in what people were signing during the petition signing process. So I'd like to stick with our current language personally, and maybe I'll call for a straw poll here in a second before we move on. But Rachel?
Just real quick, want to add, in terms of going into the laundry list, I mean, had that been included in the petitioner's language, I also wish it were, more ideal language, but in that it wasn't, if there's risk to changing it, that also seems like an additional layer of risk. We're massively changing it at that point. So if we're worried about like clarifying with 3 words, I would think 300 words would be even more risky.
So if people are all right for it, how about a quick straw poll on who would prefer to stick with the existing language? Let's just phrase it that way and see how many hands we get there. All right, we got a strong majority on that one. Nicole, did you hop in there? Okay.
No, I'm gonna stay out of this one, just given my employment with Steve.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, so it looks like we've got a majority who want to stick with the existing language. Thanks for that discussion. Are there any other questions or comments on any of the other items that we're going to move forward here with Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. With regards to 8546, I had sent an email to Kathy about just a switching of words, since we're already going to be modifying that. It was with regards to really being, again, if we're talking about clarity, separating the true ask of, are we moving to even year elections, and separating the mechanics in the language. And really the easiest way to do that is to just take at the very end, to implement the transition, and just move that up to where we actually talk about what that transition is. And so it would basically just read, shall the sections 5, 14, 22, the Boulder Home Rule Charter be amended to change the regular municipal election date to even number years on the same date as the, as we said, general state ballot election, or at least the language that was recommended by Kathy, beginning November 2026 election date, and to implement the transition, reduce the term of the council members, So it allows the implementation to break that from what the ask is of even year versus the mechanics of how we get there. So I think it's just a cleaner way for the reader and voters to understand exactly what part is even year, the ask, versus the mechanics of how we get there. So I just wanted to recommend that, since we're already going to be modifying this ordinance. I think it cleans it up a little bit better.
Kathy, did you want to respond to that, or?
I'm absolutely fine with that change. Matt did send the request earlier, which I very much appreciate. Since it's not a legal issue, it's totally up to you guys. It's moving a phrase from the beginning of what it's modifying rather than afterwards, which makes sense.
Thanks, Nicole.
Yeah, I think it's a nice change just for clarity in terms of reading through the measure. And my only question was, legally, is it okay? Sounds like yes, it is. Yes. So I would be in support of that change, as well as just the change that I mentioned via hotline.
Great. All right. Well, noted. And so how about we go ahead and move into the passing of these ordinances and some motions here. So could we get that language up on the screen, please? Kathy, you said you had slides for that.
Sure. It's a slide right after questions, I believe, is where it starts. We can do that. I don't know if it's Emily or Lisa who's doing slides.
So
perfect. So this is these are laid out in the order that we've been presenting them. Is that okay, or do you want to go to
that's
election first?
And when you have here in the motion to amend and pass, that amendment means the ones that were included and sent out a few days ago to hotline, right, or yesterday morning.
Exactly, and that amendment refers to changing the safety clause in section 5 of this ordinance, that you're putting it on the ballot, not for the health, safety and welfare, but because it's required by the Constitution and the Charter.
All right. Somebody want to jump in? Rachel.
Okay, I make a motion to amend. I mean, do I just need to read this slide? That yes. Where we are? I make a motion to amend and pass ordinance 8534, submitting to the registered electors of the city of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2022. The question of whether to repeal ordinance 8483 regarding the annexation of CU South, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures and setting forth related details.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Elisha, are these all roll call votes?
Yes, they are, sir.
Great.
All right, we'll start this roll call with Councilmember Benjamin,
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Obligatory, yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
I will abstain given my employment with CU.
duly noted. Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Wallach,
While I remain disappointed in the language we have used, I will vote yes.
Weiner,
I ditto Mark, and I will vote yes.
and Yates.
Yes.
Ordinance 8534 is hereby approved.
Next slide. Oops, sorry.
Next slide. Yes, please.
This is one of the motions or the ballot issues that you did not have any change to. The motion was to last week on August 11th was to continue everything. To keep these all on the same date, we're asking you to approve this one and the next one just as a continuation to September 1st or to the second reading.
Very good. And I think we can just leave these slides up while we're going through this process, just to make it a little quicker. All right, somebody want to jump on this one? Lauren?
I motion to continue ordinance 8539, submitting to the registered electors of the city of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. The question of whether to amend sections 65, 102, and 130 and repeal sections 69, 132, 133, and 134 from the Boulder Home Rule Charter. If the initiative to create a library district on the Boulder County ballot is approved at this election, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures and setting forth related details.
You have a second?
Second.
Thanks. And Elisha, since this is a continuance, can we just do a show of hands?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor of continuing this one? Okay, that looks like that's unanimous. I counted correctly. Very good. Next.
This is another one just to continue it.
Who wants this one? Jeannie.
Motion to continue ordinance 8540, submitting to the registered electors of the city of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, the question of whether to amend section 5 and 9 of the Boulder Home Rule Charter to prohibit running for more than one office at an election, allow a council member whose term does not expire at the election to run for mayor in the election, fill a vacancy for the expired term, and change the swearing-in date of newly elected officials, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures and setting forth related details.
Have a second?
Second.
Great. And this one can also be a show of hands. We got a motion and second. All in favor? All right, that looks unanimous. Great. Next.
This one is one that will be a little bit we have two amendments to this. So we have the motion with the amendments to move the language to implement the transition up in the ballot issue and to change the language from the general state or the state general election to, I'm sorry, to change the language from the state ballot issue election to the state general election.
And
I would love to make this motion if I can.
awesome. Just a 1 moment, Nicole. And Kathy, is it possible to kind of get those changes on screen at all? Because we've had a couple changes that have come fairly recently. I think it'd just be helpful to have some clarity on exactly the language.
I am on vacation, and so working from my personal computer and my home computer, so I will try to figure out a way to do that. I don't know how quick it will
I
be.
think I'll be able to read it that way with the changes. If that works, Erin, while we wait for it to kind of come up on screen.
That's great, Nicole. If you're prepared to enumerate those changes.
I can try. I'll do my best. Okay. Motion to amend and pass Ordinance 8546, submitting to the registered electors of the City of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. The question of whether to amend sections 5, 14, and 22 of the Boulder Home Rule Charter to change the regular municipal elections of candidates to even-numbered years beginning in 2026. Sorry, I already messed it up. Okay, to even-numbered years on the same date as the state general election, beginning with the November 2026 election date, and to implement the transition, reduce the term of the council members elected in 2023 and 2025 to 3 years, and increase the term of the mayor elected in 2023 to 3 years, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures and setting forth related details.
Second? Yeah, one.
Second.
Second.
Matt got it. And then I'll check back in with Kathy. You enumerated that well, Nicole. I was just wondering if we have that, if it's doable to get that exact language, and if it's not, it's not.
I do have it up if somebody can give me permission to share my screen. And what I did is just the amendment, which I believe that Nicole covered.
I want to say thanks to Kathy while she's working on that for doing this from afar on vacation.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I'm Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I needed to push another button. Otherwise, you're gonna see my stuff from all the workshop I'm doing. So I think you see that language. This is just the amendment. And I think that Nicole mentioned these both, but is that accurate for your motion?
Yes. And I just want to just confirm with Matt that that is correct in terms of your change, Matt.
Yep, that works for me.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So we've got a motion and a second, and as clarified by Kathy showing us the details, this is a roll call.
Yes, sir. And we'll start this roll call with you, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Emphatically no.
Weiner.
No.
Yates.
No.
And Benjamin.
Well, I'll close it with a yes.
All right. Ordinance 8546 is hereby approved with a vote of 6-3.
Thank you, Alicia. And can we get that last slide up, please? All right, who wants to take this one?
Aaron, I haven't done one. I'll do this one.
All right.
I move that we amend and pass ordinance number 8542, submitting to the registered electors of the city of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, the questions of authorizing the city council to replace the existing utility occupation tax and climate action plan excise tax with a new climate tax beginning January 1, 2023, expiring December 31, 2040, and authorizing debt to be repaid from such tax up to a principal amount of $52,900,000 to meet the city's climate goals, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures and setting forth related details.
Second.
Great, we got a motion and a second. One more roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start with Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
and Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Ordinance 8542 is hereby approved unanimously.
Wonderful. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Kathy, a huge thank you for joining us from your vacation and helping us get through this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you putting it at the beginning of the agenda. Have a good evening.
Right. You too. All right. Elisha, can we move to our other public hearing, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 5B on tonight's agenda is the public hearing and consideration of the following items related to a petition to annex a 1.087 acre property, generally known at 302 Arapahoe Avenue and 334 Arapahoe Avenue, that is referenced under LUR 2021-00003. So a consideration of a motion to adopt Resolution 1314 is our first item, and that is setting forth findings of facts and conclusions regarding the annexation of a 1.087 acre property. And we have the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8522, annexing to the city of Boulder a 1.087 acre property with an initial zoning designation of residential medium -3 RM3 as described in Chapter 9-5 Modular Zone Systems, BRC 1981, amending the zoning district map, forming a part of said chapter to include the property in the above mentioned zoning district and setting forth related details.
That was a mouthful. Sloan, we're going to send it to you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Alicia. Let me pull up my presentation. Okay, I'm hoping you're seeing the presentation. All right. So as Alicia described, tonight I'm presenting an application for the annexation of an approximately 1 acre site located at 302 and 334 Arapahoe Avenue with an initial zoning designation of residential medium 3. The applicant
I apologize. Could you introduce yourself too?
I'm sorry.
Nope, I failed to.
So I am Sloan Walbert. I'm in the planning department and I'm the case manager on this application. So the applicant has requested annexation in order to develop the site within the city. So just to provide some history, on June 21st, Council considered the annexation petition for the annexation and also first reading of Ordinance 8522. Tonight, Council is considering second reading of the annexation ordinance, and a public hearing is required for this type of annexation. In response to the public notice, staff received some inquiries from neighboring property owners, but all of the formal feedback was sent directly to Council. You may hear from some of those members of the public tonight. Planning Board reviewed the proposed annexation and the initial zoning on May 26th. The board voted to recommend council approval of the request. And the annexation agreement that was sent to council as part of the meeting packet was modified based on the planning board recommendations. So in terms of review process and criteria for this annexation request, the state statutes limit the type of land that may be annexed. The applicant is requesting annexation by petition. The annexation must also meet the policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and other ordinances of the city. And most notably, in order to reduce the negative impact of new development, the comprehensive plan states that the city will annex land with significant development or redevelopment potential only if the annexation provides a special opportunity to the city or a community benefit. And then lastly, when a property is annexed, zoning is established according to the land use designation on the land use map of the comprehensive plan. And it's also needs to be consistent with existing development patterns. And just as a note, the property is not required to complete a concept plan or site review because it doesn't meet the minimum thresholds. However, they could request a voluntary site review. So moving on to the project site, the annexation area is located in West Boulder, south of Arapahoe. The site is bordered by the city limits on both the north and east. The surrounding area is eclectic with a mix of commercial office buildings, different housing types developed in both the city and county, and public lands. Even G. Fine Park is located across Arapahoe, and city open space lands are located directly to the south. The site is located in Area 2 on the planning areas map of the comprehensive plan. Area 2 is the service area of the city where annexation can be considered. The site is designated as medium density residential on the land use map with a planned density range of 6 to 14 dwelling units per acre. The land use is characterized by a variety of housing types. The applicant is requesting residential medium 3 zoning. Staff estimates that this zoning would allow up to 13 units on the site. And as you can see in this bird's eye view, the site sits on the northern flank of Flagstaff Mountain. The site is constrained by some steep slopes, the ditch buffer, and a number of mature trees on the south end of the site. The parcel fronting on Arapahoe contains 3 single-family homes constructed in the 1960s. These homes are connected to city water and sewer services through an out-of-city permit. And the southern parcel at 302 Arapahoe contains a single-family home originally constructed in circa 1900 with some additions that have been made since then. This property is accessed from an improved access road that is considered Boulder County right-of-way. This home's connected to city water services, but my understanding is that it has a septic system. A historic survey was submitted by the applicant, which found that this structure lacks architectural integrity and that there's no evidence that it was associated with any important historic event. So the annexation agreement is written to anticipate future development of the property. Some of those provisions include conveyance of a ditch easement for the Anderson ditch, dedication of right-of-way along Arapahoe Avenue, construction of a 6-foot wide detached sidewalk also along Arapahoe, payment of plant investment fees, closure of that access point I just described on what's referred to as Starrick Road, and then requirement that all trees that are removed as part of the construction are replaced on a 1-to-1 basis. So as I mentioned, development potential exists under the proposed zoning. In order to meet that requirement to provide a special opportunity or benefit to the city, the applicant is proposing to construct affordable housing on site. The agreement requires that all units constructed are for sale units. 50% of the new units are deed restricted affordable units. I would just note that the applicant receives a credit for the 4 existing homes. 50% of the units would be priced to be affordable to households earning between 100 and 120% AMI. 50% of the affordable units would be priced between 120 and 150% AMI. Each affordable unit would be a townhome or detached single-family home with a garage, and each affordable unit has a defined minimum size And likewise, each market rate unit has a defined maximum size to ensure some degree of long-term affordability. As described in the memo, staff finds that the annexation is consistent with the statutory and constitutional requirements. The site meets the required continuity to the city. There's also a community interest to annex the property, and the area is capable of being integrated into the city. In terms of policies on annexation, the site may be considered due to its designation as an Area 2 property, and staff finds that the proposed affordable housing provided at time of redevelopment satisfies that requirement for community benefit. The annexation is consistent with overall housing policies in the comprehensive plan. It would, development would add to the housing base of the city and result in more for sale permanently affordable residential units, which would address the need for more ownership opportunities in line with the adopted middle income housing strategy. In terms of zoning, as I described, the property is designated as medium density residential, which typically has a range of 6 to 14 dwelling units per acre. All of the medium density residential medium districts are appropriate in this density range. And interestingly enough, all 3 RM districts are also found in the vicinity. Thus, the proposed RM3 zoning is appropriate. So based on this analysis, staff recommends approval and action in the form of the motion shown on the screen. And as always, happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much for that, Sloan. Do we have questions? Rachel and Bob? That's a lovely flower picture.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring it down. There we go, thank you.
Rachel?
You're asking, you don't want Bob to go now?
You had your, I thought you had your hand up first, but Bob,
I think I'm number 2.
Okay, Bob, sorry.
Either way, thanks for that, Sloan. That was very helpful. Sloan, I understand that the zoning that we designate here will have some impact on what can be built here. I also understand that the zoning that we designate must be consistent with the comp plan, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and I also understand that we cannot amend the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. I think I heard you mention at the very end there of your presentation that there's actually 3 choices of zoning. RM3 is what's being recommended, and I think was unanimously approved by the planning board. Could you mention briefly the 2 other zoning district possibilities and why staff recommends the RM3 as opposed to the other 2?
Sure, I actually have a slide for that, so let me bring that up. So I think one of the reasons that I was supportive of RM3 is that it's the allowable density or intensity of development is determined by a minimum lot area versus an open space requirement. The RM1 district, it's an open space requirement. So without a very detailed, well-developed site plan, it would be very hard for us to anticipate how many dwelling units they would be able to develop. And also, unless you go through a site review, you're limited in including steep slope areas in an open space calculation. So it would just be more restrained, which is why I estimated about 10 units in that case. When comparing RM2 and RM3, there's really just more allowances for different types of residential development in the RM3. As you can see, they'd be allowed to do congregate care, residential care, custodial care. I don't think that that's their plan at this point, but it felt appropriate to allow for greater flexibility considering that there's quite a diversity of uses in the surrounding area.
Thanks, Sloan. Just to play it back to you, it sounds like RM1 would be problematic for a bunch of reasons. And so RM2 and RM3 would be the logical ones. But under either RM2 or RM3, the number of units that could be placed there would be up to 13 in either instance. And so you're recommending RM3, is that right?
That's correct.
Thanks, Sloan.
Yep.
Rachel, and then we got Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Sloan. I just wanted to make sure I understood what happened with the access road issue. The planning board unanimously recommended that we kind of see to and make sure that there was, I think, a safe public access in perpetuity. So that was a motion that looked like it was unanimous. And then the staff notes say that it's going to be sort of unrelated to this annexation. So I don't know how we respond to planning board's motion, or if we have to go back to them and say it doesn't work, or how that works. And if I'm reading that correctly, that we can't do what they've asked.
Yeah, I think the intent was just that there was a lot of concern about maintaining public access there, particularly because, there's a pretty popular trail and open space. So it is currently used by the public. But we tried to include a lot of detail about what the current status is and how, the city is limited and what we could do at this point. But I don't think there's a requirement to communicate anything back to planning board. I think they just had a strong desire to bring that up as a concern. Okay, I mean, because the language of the motion was like ensure that public access remains, and so it seemed like more than have a look at it, but it sounds like we can't do more. So I just want to make sure that we've sort of tied that up with a bow. That'll be all for my questions. I think I'll maybe get a discussion.
Mark?
Well, first, thank you, Sloan. That was a very helpful and clear presentation, and I appreciate it. In reading the staff memo, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but there was one thing that's been making my head explode. On page 16, it says, the proposed agreement would limit newly constructed market rate units to 3,300 square feet of floor area and require those units to be for sale in furtherance of the goals of the middle income housing strategy. As 3,300 square foot townhouses are likely to be selling in well in excess of $2 million, what's the nexus between that limitation and our middle income housing strategy? Or was that simply something that slipped in and is simply inaccurate wording?
Well, I'm not sure I'm able to speak to the history of the middle income housing strategy. I think Michelle Allen may be on the call and be able to provide that background.
Hello, Michelle Allen, Housing and Human Services. I'm the Inclusionary Housing Program Manager, and I also do the negotiations for affordable housing and annexations. So Mark, I think you're right. I think that that's a bit of a, I think it kind of slipped in there. The size restriction on the home is intended to make sure that very, very large homes are not built on the market, market homes. So that's the size that we have been using as a reasonable size to restrict market homes, which otherwise might be 6,000 or 7,000 square feet. It is a little bit to keep the price down, but also just to ensure that very, very large homes aren't being built through annexations.
All right, can we then agree that this really has very little to do with furthering middle income housing strategy? Because whether
no, that's really the affordable prices that are mentioned in the memo are middle income prices.
No, I understand for the smaller units, but the limitation to 3,300 feet really has no nexus to enhancing middle income housing. It's whether the houses are 3,300 or 4,500, they're all going to be pretty expensive. That's not what's going to enhance middle income housing. It will be the few units that we get as a result of this annexation, up to 1,350 square feet, or no less than 1,350 square feet, but not these. The big ones have nothing to do with middle income housing. I just think that's language that could require some clarification or deletion. That's all I got.
Thanks, Mark. Seeing no other questions, then we can move to the public hearing. And I believe we have one person signed up who is familiar with our rules and procedures, so I don't think we need to redo the decorum language. So I've got Lynn Siegel as speaker number 1. And Lynn, you get 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is on the annexation. Geez, no interaction, nothing. I guess I can't even ask that. Oh, well, I'll just use up my time that way. Maybe you can meditate and think about what you're doing with the city.
So then this is in regards to the annexation. That's what this public hearing is about.
Thank you. You know, I'm just a hard worker that can't listen to everything that goes on in city council. But I have what things going on in my life too. I don't know what this annexation is about exactly, but if it's something to provide more wealth inequity in Boulder, no, thank you. Because the more higher end that we have, the more wealth inequity that we have. And the more homeless people on every corner, which is heartbreaking to see. Move along, and a new one comes in, move along. And it's a revolving door. And then you approve the Olive, and you approve a Hill Hotel. The CU has a Hill Hotel with 15,000 square feet ballroom. They're going to put the homeless in there? Bringing so much to this community. Such hypocrisy. I don't know specifically what this annexation is about, but like I say, it has anything to do with more jobs, housing imbalance, with more wealth inequity, with more short-term thinking. Well, this is good for now. I don't know what you're all thinking about this. Another annexation, I don't know, maybe it's a good annexation. I didn't hear the whole thing you talked about tonight. But after this council and after understanding what the bottom line is that comes down here, after no one ever responds to anything that I say, and I speak truth to power. It's very sad for the Boulder of my father, who was here in 1948 and thought Boulder was too big. Or should I say, knew Boulder was too big back then. Think about wealth inequity before you make your decision on this annexation. The real long-term wealth inequity of this decision.
So Lynn, your time is up. But thank you for your testimony. Take care. That brings the public hearing to a close. So I'll open it up for council comments. Everybody's moving a little slow tonight.
I will just make a motion to annex 302 and 334 Arapahoe.
Second.
I would just point out, I think the applicant is here as well if we were planning on having them address council.
Thanks for the reminders, then. Would the applicant like an opportunity to address council?
You know, I think that Sloan did a wonderful job of explaining the situation. I'll just add that, you know, the comp plan and our policies are to try to acquire some of these bring some of these fringe properties in. I think this is a good opportunity to do that. We had worked very well with staff, worked very well with Michelle to reach agreements on this. We had a pretty, you know, we had a very good meeting with planning board and worked through the details. So unless you have any specific questions I can answer, I don't think I have any more to add.
Thanks for that, Mr. Young. I'm sorry I skipped over you before, but appreciate your words.
Were you guys able to see me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I had a big sign that came up on the screen that said the video wasn't working.
Videos are working just fine.
Okay.
And so, and I believe we've got, so Rachel, if you want to come back to that, I think there are two pieces to the motion that we could get up on.
I'm happy to read a better version of the motion. I just didn't have the right page up. Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt resolution 1314, setting forth findings of fact and conclusions regarding the annexation of a 1.087 acres of land generally located at 302 and 334 Arapahoe Avenue, and make a motion to adopt ordinance 8522, annexing approximately 1.087. That's a period, not a comma. 1.087 acres of land generally located at 302 and 334 Arapahoe Avenue, with an initial zoning designation of residential medium 3 or RM3 as described in chapter 9-5 modular zone system of BRC 1981, amending the zoning district map forming a part of said chapter to include the property in the above mentioned zoning district and setting forth related details.
Thanks. Do we have a second for those two motions?
Second.
Very good. Mark, did you want to?
I actually, you had, I had a question for the applicant and you sort of failed to see my hand up. Is that still possible?
Yeah, please. And then we'll do discussion on the motion.
Okay. The annexation agreement provides that the affordable units or the middle income units will be no less than 1,350 square feet. Are you intending to adhere to that minimum standard, or will any of the units be a little more, a little larger, a little more comfortable?
Well, I don't think we're that far along in our plan on this. But I would like to say that you know, the Affordable Housing Group has a fairly detailed chart that says, you know, if you get 2 bathrooms, you can charge this. If you get 3 bathrooms, you can charge this. You know, so we would tailor the units to be cost effective and efficient. And you know, 1,350 square feet might be the number. It might be 1,400, and but you know, that just sets a minimum threshold. So you know, whatever the market seems to need, and you know, we'll look around and see what other people have provided and see what makes the most sense.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Great. Rachel, do you want to speak to your motion?
Sure, I will speak briefly to it. As set forth in the comp plan, there are economic and environmental and social benefits when we annex properties into the city. So all of those I will let speak for themselves as laid out in the staff memo. And we also have a couple of homes that are sort of at the end of their natural lifespan in this area where we can add probably, I think, 5 units of affordable housing, which is always to the good. So it's a lovely area that I'm sure that up to 14 families will get to enjoy here in Boulder.
Mark, you want to say anything? Yeah, I'll go ahead and call on myself here and just say that I appreciate the work that the applicant did with the staff and the planning board to kind of get to this point, and call out a couple things like the staying away from some of the steeper slopes higher up the hill, and also avoiding impinging on the road there, as well as the planning board's idea to replace all of the trees, that they're impacted by the construction. So appreciate all that. And then planning board, I appreciated them bringing up the question of the access to the road. And it does sound like per the answer to Rachel's questions and what was in the memo, that will continue to be a public right of way, and the access to the popular trail up there will not be impeded. So that's good to hear as well. And then we get some much needed housing of affordable different kinds, including middle income housing, which we really, really need. So I'm definitely in favor of this, and appreciate how public input has helped shape this in a better direction. Any other comments before we go to a vote? All right, seeing none. Alicia, what kind of a vote do we have here?
A roll call vote, sir.
All right.
And we'll start this vote with Councilmember Friend. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Alicia, I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Yes, indeed.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
And Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Resolution, excuse me, 1314 and Ordinance 8522 are hereby approved unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Welcome, Mark. Congratulations. And Brad, did you want to add in here?
Yes, just real briefly, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this might be Sloan's last presentation in her role as planning manager. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank her for all the work that she's done within planning and development services. We're really excited that she remains a colleague in HHS, but she has been a steady force for us in planning, and we wish her well in that capacity.
Thanks, Brad.
And so Sloan, I've seen, I don't know how many dozens of presentations from you dating back to my years on planning board. So just thank you for just years of extraordinary service in this role. You've done a remarkable job, but I'm also thrilled that you're staying with the city and moving on to a different role. We'll look forward to working with you there.
So much. I'm excited. I'm sure I'll see you in an upcoming meeting.
We look forward to it. Okay, let's bring that item to a close. And then Teresa, I'm going to turn to you. I've been seeing some information maybe about our previous item that needs to be addressed before we move on here. And you're muted.
Thank you. I said yes, Mayor. My apologies. I would like to invite the council to revisit item 5A4, which is the ballot issue with respect to even numbered year elections. It appears that there was some language inadvertently left off the slide. And so the motion that we provided you did not contain all of the language. I do believe that we have some council members prepared to correct that.
So thanks for that, Teresa. And I will say, I don't think I've led a meeting where we've needed to do this. So what would be the kind of formal Robert's Rules thing necessary to go back to a previously passed motion and alter it?
Mayor, I believe that it would require a motion to reconsider from someone who was on the winning side of the motion.
Matt?
I'll make a motion to reconsider Ordinance 8546.
Second.
Great. All in favor of the motion to reconsider? We can raise our hands here. We got a majority there. So thanks. So Matt, if you could lay out what language needs to be reconsidered, please.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, so the language that was read in that Nicole read was different than what was in the memo. And so just for the sake of consistency and making sure we're actually reading the language that is just for consistency that we all have agreed upon, that carries forth a lot of the other changes that have happened up to this point. And we sort of need to eject what was on the ballot language in the presentation and go back to the memo and then make those and then add the 2 amendments that we had approved so that the language is then self-consistent. And I just want to check with Teresa if that's an appropriate description of the situation. And if so, then I can go ahead and maybe make a new motion with the amendments, and then we can go forth from there if that's the right process.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Benjamin, I believe that would be the appropriate process.
And thanks for clarifying that, Teresa. Matt, can you be explicit about exactly what language needs to be different from the previous one? I know Nicole read what was on the screen, right? So there's what needs to be different to match what's in the memo.
So I'm going to sort of read from 3 different versions. So what we had in the memo made mention of, now I've got to figure out, I didn't redline it, so now I'm gonna have to do this ad hoc.
Matt, I can help if that's helpful.
If you have a red line of it, I was just gonna read the one that has got the full amendment in it, but if you've got some edits, go for it.
I think it would be helpful to know what the edit is and not just read the new language, if we can do that.
Okay, let's see if I can pull that together.
Do you have that?
I do, yeah. So it's basically in the section, this is the part that was on the screen that was different from what was in the memo. It said, shall sections 5, 14, and 22 of the Boulder Home Rule Charter be amended to change the regular municipal elections of candidates to even numbered years? What was in the memo was, shall sections 5, 14, and 22 of the Boulder Home Rule Charter be amended to change the regular municipal election date to even numbered years. So it's just 3 words.
So removing the words of the candidates from the ballot language.
And just because I think that's captured within the regular municipal election, maybe where we got to with that one last time.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I think, Matt, you had the floor. So would you like to make that motion, that revised motion?
Yes, and thanks, Nicole, for clarifying that piece. So I'll make a motion, see if I can go back and get the right language so we know what we're saying on a motion to amend, and then I'll get the right language up. Let's see if we can put this together. All right. So I'll make a motion to amend and pass Ordinance 8546, submitting to the registered electors of the city of Boulder at the special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. The question of whether to amend sections 5, 14, and 22 of the Boulder Home Rule Charter be amended to change the regular municipal election date to even number years on the same date as the state general election, beginning with November, the November 2026 election date, and to implement the transition, reduce the term of council members elected in 2023 and in 2025 to 3-year terms, or to 3 years, and increase the term of the mayor elected in 2023 to 3 years, all as more specifically provided in Ordinance 8546 and setting forth related details. I think we got it. But.
Great. We have a second?
Second.
Hey, thanks for clarifying. And just to be clear, that this is, essentially the same thing as we did before, but getting the language such that it matches exactly what is in the ordinance, to remove the words of the candidates from the motion language. All right. Elisha, if there's no further discussion, Elisha, can we do a roll call on this, please?
Of course, sir. Excuse me. Thank you. We'll start this roll call with Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Yes.
Wallach,
Still no.
Weiner,
No.
Yates,
You were on mute there, Bob.
Bob, you're muted.
No, sorry, thank you.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Still yes.
All right, sir. The motion to reconsider Ordinance 8546 is hereby approved 6-3.
Again, thanks, Teresa, Matt, and Nicole for guiding us through that to make sure that we're doing the precisely correct thing to move that forward. Okay, with that, I think we're going to our first matter from city staff.
Yes, sir. That's item 6 on tonight's agenda. Under the matters from the city manager, we have 6A, which is the outdoor dining update.
Thanks so much. And while I see already Chris Jones is ready to take us through it, I'll just often comment that he has been really a convening lead and such terrific leadership on this, but is one of many departments who are really working hard for this work, from folks in PNDS, folks in transportation, folks in finance, in our licensing division, folks in the city attorney's office, really a group effort to move a lot of this forward. And with that, I'll ask Chris to take us through this quick update, or perhaps not so quick update.
Thank you so much, Nuria. I'm just working to share my screen. Hopefully everyone sees that now. Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, Council. Chris Jones here, Interim Director of Community Vitality. As Nuria mentioned, a lot of folks are in the background. I will be the talking head for the presentation. That will be brief, but we have a number of folks here who are to help answer questions at the end. So I first want to start out with a timeline review of all of the actions that have led us to this point in the development of this pilot program. You all will likely recall back in May of 2020, the city stood up the Boulder Business Recovery Program that led to the West End closure. We rerouted the hop route in the downtown area. We implemented curbside pickup zones and implemented the temporary extensions for businesses that were interested in that opportunity. That fall, we amended the rules to allow for some winter provisions for businesses that wanted to operate through the winter of 2020 to 2021. Businesses then needed to reapply for their liquor licenses at that time until the spring of 2021. We extended the emergency orders again and through fall of 2021. And then in September 2021, we extended the emergency orders again. Businesses then again had to reapply for liquor license extensions at that time. Again, consistent with the emergency orders that went through till spring of this year. So back in September of last year, council supported staff exploration of a downtown-based pilot program for outdoor dining. Staff prepared an information item that we presented to council earlier this year in February that led to some desire for a citywide program. And so in March of this year, at our adjustment to base conversation, we approved some resources to help stand up a citywide program. And the emergency orders were again extended through August 31st of this year. Businesses again had to reapply for their liquor permit extensions or liquor license extensions under the city's emergency order and the state emergency order. Back in April, council approved the framework that staff put together for the creation of the citywide pilot program. In June, we presented in first and second reading the ordinance changes required to stand up that program. Immediately after that, our application period opened up on June 27th. And originally that went through July 15th. That deadline was then extended to August 1st, just because we had a number of folks who had incomplete applications and were struggling with getting all their materials in. And again, our existing emergency orders for outdoor dining are scheduled to end on August 31st. So a quick review of the program. We do have a citywide pilot program that will last for 5 years until 2027. It applies to outdoor dining extensions in the public right-of-way, in on-street parking spaces, certain areas of the Pearl Street Mall, and sidewalks and other available open spaces in the public right-of-way. We also are allowing private property expansions into existing parking spaces and other available open spaces. As far as the city or ARPA subsidies go, we have 3 options that businesses could pursue in their application process. Option A is an expansion into the public right-of-way with infrastructure that was purchased, that would be purchased by the individual business. Those businesses are still eligible for reimbursement of up to $2,500 of their infrastructure, any dollars that they spent on infrastructure that's no longer compliant. Option B was expansions into the public right-of-way, but participating in a city bulk purchase where the city would take the lead in purchasing standard infrastructure, and there was a lease rate associated with that for businesses who wanted to take that route. And that we estimate is about a 50% discount on the cost of the compliant infrastructure. Option C is expansions on private property. That would not be, folks would not participate in a revocable lease or anything like that with the city, but they'd still be eligible for up to $2,500 in a rebate or reimbursement for expenses that they had previously incurred for non-compliant infrastructure. So since the application period has closed, we've had 31 applicants in a mix of those options. We have 13 in option A, 10 in option B, participating in the city's bulk purchase, and 8 applicants for expansions on private property. This is just a quick preview of the businesses that have applied for each of those different options. I'm not going to go through all of them, but wanted to give folks an idea of the mix, and I'm sure you recognize some names of restaurants that you like. Just want to reiterate, so we had 31 applicants. Of those, 18 applications are complete and in review. One of those applications is actually fully through the process, and they are fully ready to pursue their liquor licensing. The remaining 17 that have complete applications, they're still in review. 5 of those are near completion and also about ready to pursue liquor licensing. The remaining 13 applications are still incomplete. Through this application process, we've gotten a number of questions from applicants, and it's led to some adjustments to our city manager rules associated with the pilot program. So we now have included images of compliant infrastructure to give folks an idea of what type of infrastructure we're looking for in the program. We've also detailed required compliance with the city's downtown urban design guidelines for outdoor dining. We've detailed our traffic engineer approved planter boxes to protect spaces that are next to live travel lanes. We are specifically prohibiting rope fences and jersey barriers as part of the pilot program. We've detailed a 6-foot required clearance from these outdoor dining areas and other obstructions to make sure that we have space for pedestrians. We've clarified the 1,000 square foot maximum per block face rules to let folks know how we would manage that in the event that new applicants come in to the program on a specific block that's already reached 1,000 square feet. And we've also done some clarification around the permissible expansion areas on the Pearl Street Mall to be really specific with where folks can expand onto the bricks of the mall. Real quickly, taking a look at maps of the mall on the 1100 block, you can see here in green the areas where staff has identified where we might allow restaurants to expand, and the areas in red are where they are allowed, and we actually do have applications in. So we have 4 applications in for these red indicated spots on the 1100 block of the Pearl Street Mall. On the 1200 block, we have a number of locations where we've identified where folks could expand, but we've had no applications for any of those spaces. Same thing goes for the 1300 block. Those are the spaces that we would allow, no applications currently in for those spaces. And on the 1400 block, Avanti has applied for the 3 spaces that you see in red here on this block. So just wanted to give council an idea of some of the detail that we've now included in the city manager rules for Pearl Street. We've also done some work now that we have a better idea of the number of folks who are applying for the different options available. We've been doing some projections and estimates on the program revenue and expenses over time. We still have some more work to do here to get this in a good spot to present to council at the next adjustment to base to make sure that we can account for how we're going to cover the expenses and revenues for the program for the 5-year duration. For next steps for the program, again, emergency orders we know are ending on August 31st. September 1st is when the pilot program begins. At that time, participating restaurants will need to reduce their operating footprint down to the approved areas. We are communicating a 1-week grace period for folks to get into compliance, whether to their approved area, or if they're not participating in the program, they have that 1 week to remove their encroachments from the public right-of-way. On September 15th, we'll come back to council to talk about the West Pearl update. And I just wanted to note that 6 of the program applicants are located in the West Pearl area. We are anticipating receiving the infrastructure through the bulk purchase by the end of October. In October, we'll also be preparing our information for the second adjustment to base. And by October 31st, we anticipate full pilot program implementation. Over the fall and winter, we'll continue to monitor the program and make modifications to the rules as needed as we learn more about how the pilot program is going. And then in February of next year, we'll have our next application window for new businesses that want to participate in the program. So with that, we can move to questions and discussion from council. I know that we have a number of folks here to help answer questions, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thanks so much, Chris. Questions from Bob and Matt? Mark.
Thanks, Chris. I'll just start with a few questions. I might have some later, so I'll reserve the right to ask those. But I wanted to make sure first I understood your presentation. I don't know if you have to put the slide back up, but I saw in a couple of blocks there was kind of the red rectangles and the green ones. And the green ones I think were permissible, and the red ones were applied. Does that mean that for the red ones that somebody applied to put tables there, but we're going to deny it because it's not under permissible? I didn't track what difference between permissible and denied or permissible and allowed.
Sure.
Whatever the language you used was.
So all of the spaces that you see color, we will allow expansions. The colors in red mean that we actually have applicants for that space. So
I see.
If you don't see any color, any red or green, that means that we are not, that even if somebody applied to use that space, that would not be permitted. An example would be right now we have HAPA has encroached into all the space around the Weeping Rock. And you can see we've not indicated that space will any longer be available for restaurants to encroach in the right of way, so that amenity can be enjoyed more by the public. The Weeping Rock, as an example, has been turned off for the duration of the pandemic because it does lead to some splashback, and that's interfered with people's ability to dine near it.
Okay, so the language was just confusing to me. So everywhere there's red, someone has applied to have tables, and you're going to give a green light to it. And anywhere there's green rectangles, it's just vacant space that someone could apply, but didn't apply. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And did any restaurant apply for space? There may have been other reasons why you're still working with them as far as the completion of their application. I don't want to get into that right now, but did anyone apply for more space than you will allow? In other words, if anybody applied for X space and you said you can't have X, you can only have Y, or you can't be here, or is there any denials of space that was sought?
That is a good question. I think originally when folks were applying, so HAPA, for example, I think originally applied for all of the space that they had previously been using. And so staff did have to go back to HAPA and communicate that all of that space is no longer available to use. And that's why we've clarified these diagrams in the city manager rules.
I'm just a matter of opinion. Is it your sense that they're okay with that reduced space, or they're not? I haven't heard from them, so I'm just wondering if you've heard from them.
I have not heard from them, and I don't know if anybody else is on the call that has heard from them. But no, we have not gotten pushback from them as far as I know.
Okay, and then kind of a related question. I know that there was some, and one of the reasons that we were even having this check-in was, I think there was a rule that limited square foot per block, and I know there was some concern because there's a lot of restaurants in the, I think it's the 1100 block, the one you're showing there, and they had to kind of divvy it up among themselves, which kind of made some of the spaces pretty small. Did that issue get resolved?
To my understanding at this point, while we only have one applicant that is fully entitled, and that's Chipango, to my knowledge, that particular conflict has been resolved.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. And then one more question just on your presentation, then I'll ask some more questions later on. At the very end of your presentation, you talked about the those who are purchasing this infrastructure would get that towards the end of October. So if folks are approved, restaurants are approved, but they're going to use the city provided infrastructure, are they meant to continue to use their infrastructure during like September and October until the bulk purchase happens? Is that right? They're supposed to keep using their platforms and tables and whatever they've got until the city purchases happen in a few months. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would include the rope. I know that you're sensitive about rope. You mentioned that, but they would use the rope. They'd use whatever they have until you provide what it is that you promised to provide them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'll have some questions later, but that's good enough for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt.
I see Edward's popped in. Do you want to provide some more?
I just want to provide one clarification to one of Bob's questions and the response in terms of the green and the red on the Pearl Street, and if they would be approved. I would just clarify they would be approved as long as they're also in compliance with all the other rules that are in place. So the type of infrastructure, the location, specific details in terms of accessibility, those types of things. So it's not an automatic approval. It does require that all the other components are, but that particular space is available, and therefore they, meeting all those other pieces would be approved.
Edward, you should have gone to law school. You are so good at clarifying those things. Thank you.
Very good. Matt, Mark, Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron, and thanks for your questions, Bob. That you asked a couple I was going to ask, but certainly what you launched into, I think, still requires maybe a little bit more clarity. Even though restaurants will be able to keep what they have for transition till the infrastructure comes, what I heard from Edward is that infrastructure they have to keep now has to get maybe reworked and retooled to then be in compliance outside of the emergency ordinances. So there's the stuff that they've got, but then it has to be, then they have to fix it all up to get it right to meet ordinances. Then before they get their stuff, is there this weird, I got to comply with what I've got or spend more money on infrastructure temporarily to meet those guidelines? Did I hear that right?
Not quite. So we won't, and Chris, jump in, feel free, but they don't need to modify all of their existing to meet all the regulations during that transition period. I think the only one that we're asking them to look at is the size restriction to ensure that they're in that. But the other pieces, we're not going to require them to retool that infrastructure to meet accessibility or to meet certain fencing requirements that will be in that transition period.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. The other one kind of has to do with, so based on those numbers, it looks like we got 6 that have kind of green lit, they're going through, and there's some that are in process and others that have applied but haven't really gotten everything, all their ducks in a row for it to be under consideration by the departments. Is that a good understanding? Sort of 3 categories?
Yes.
Of the ones that, obviously the green lit ones, they seem like they're good. And then of the ones that are applied and in process for review, are they, how are we going to, what's the time frame to get them approved ahead of the end of August deadline? Are you confident that we'll get them approved, or are we going to have some that have applied and then are going to get maybe caught on the other end of the emergency orders being rescinded and then be sort of hung out for a little bit waiting for approval?
Edward, do you want to take that one?
I certainly can try. So, we have prioritized these applications through the review process on top beyond anything else in PNDS to go through the review. It's really going to depend on whether everything is found to be ultimately in compliance. There are usually several back and forths on some of them. Some are more complicated. We're working to try as hard as we can. If they aren't by that point, it doesn't mean that they're going to be cut off and that we won't finish working with them. Now, that being said, the issue of liquor licensing is a separate issue, and I'm sure there'll be some questions on that. But we are working as rapidly as we can through those with the goal of trying. Some of it depends also really on their ability to reply back if we need further clarification, any additional information that was not present in their application.
All right, that's helpful. You brought up the elephant in the room with liquor licensing. I've asked a couple of questions. I'd certainly love to hear what Mark and Rachel have to say, and hopefully we can wrap back to the liquor license stuff, assuming that's an appropriate time to talk about it. Thanks, Edward. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate those responses.
Mark and Rachel.
All right, thank you for the presentation. You know, one thing that struck me as you did the charts was that there seemed to be a fairly low level of participation in terms of the areas that are available versus the people who have applied. Any thoughts as to why that is the case? Is it simply too expensive for people, or are they not interested? I would have thought there might be a higher level of participation.
Thanks, Mark, for the question. We haven't gotten any specific feedback one way or the other on that relative to the number of folks who haven't applied, who have been taking advantage of the free space up till now. So there might be a number. I think it's a variable. It just depends on their business interests. And just because they aren't applying this winter does not mean that they might not choose to apply to participate next year. So we haven't gotten any feedback as to why or specific reasons, or that folks are saying why they don't want to participate.
Okay, fair enough. Just go through the numbers with me again. Am I correct that there was one complete and approved application, or is that the wrong number?
There is one application that has been notarized and signed, and so they are fully entitled.
Okay.
There are 5 others that have gone. They're at their final stages of review. So we anticipate that it's at the city attorney least language review level. So there's nothing that's really standing in the way. The remainder are either incomplete or still in review. They have all their materials in, but they need to make adjustments to what they're proposing.
And I will address the elephant in the room, as Matt pointed out. Am I correct that to get a liquor license takes about 30 days plus minus from the date that they are approved?
So I'd like to jump in and invite Laurel Witt and Sandra Yanis from my office to address this issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Teresa. And we also have Kristen Shangaris here as well, who is the new licensing manager, and I invite her as well. She's the expert in liquor licensing. But it does take a significant amount of time, at least 30 days typically.
Okay. So effectively on September 1 of this year, and assuming the one complete applicant has not already applied for its liquor license, our outdoor dining program comes to a complete stop. Is that correct or not correct?
They would not be able to serve liquor if their temporary modification wasn't approved. They could still serve as long as they had an approved plan through the city. They would still be able to serve their clients and folks food, but they would not be able to serve alcohol in that new approved location. They could continue to serve alcohol within their premises, just not in the outdoor dining area.
I'm not sure that's a distinction with a difference. I'm not sure that too many people are going to want to dine without the ability to have a drink. So effectively, it seems to me that our program grinds to if not a complete halt, an almost complete halt in 13 days. Would you have a different view of that?
I don't know the details about where the applications are. They all have different deadlines, but if the information isn't sent to the state within a certain amount of time, they're not going to have their liquor license approved for that temporary modification.
Okay, I mean, I think that's a more detailed way of saying, no, we're not going to have much of a program on September 1 under the present circumstances. Would there be any impact on the ability to continue to operate if we extended our emergency ordinance while all of this catches up?
It wouldn't make it a difference because the state still has to approve. And so they're looking, it's a dual licensing process. Just to take us a step back, during the pandemic, the state had an emergency order in place that allowed for temporary use of outdoor spaces for liquor service. It was an expedited process. It allowed for concurrent dual processing of the state and local license. So usually the local licensing has to approve first, and then it goes to the state for approval. That's why it takes so long. The state's emergency order expired on May 31st. So even if we were to extend our emergency order, it would not change the fact that the state is on its own schedule and would need to approve it as well.
All right, I'm going to let my colleagues jump in, but I will leave with the comment that I am troubled by where we are and how we got here. The timing on this is clearly not ideal, and I don't think we've served the interests of our restaurant constituents very well.
Might I, not to interrupt you, Councilmember Wallach, but I want to offer that our business licensing group has been, first of all, working very hard and also been very communicative with the businesses who have been participating in this program in the emergency orders. They were informed that of the timeline when the June 27th application window opened, of all the steps that needed to be accomplished in order to get these applications across the finish line so that they would not be facing this delay. I do know that when we're talking about a 5-year more permanent program, it's a lot different than temporary modifications associated with the emergency orders of the pandemic. And so certainly the application process has been more onerous for folks than they had experienced in the previous iterations of our temporary expansions, but certainly a lot less onerous than our pre-existing outdoor dining patio program, which we know of businesses that have taken years to get their outdoor dining patios established at their places of business in the past.
All right, Chris, I acknowledge and accept what you're saying, but we are where we are, and I'm concerned about where we are. So again, let me allow my colleagues to jump in and comment.
Thanks, Rachel, Chair, and Lauren.
All right. Thanks, Chris, and certainly do appreciate all the work that your team is doing on this. And so obviously everybody's concerned about the liquor, becoming a dry outdoor dining town is going to be upsetting to the servers. There's a lot of money made from serving alcohol, and a lot of us like to go to those spots and drink that alcohol. So I think there's, it's not a criticism of the hard work. I think it's just sort of something that's cropped up that we didn't realize was an issue. So hopefully you're taking us with a bit of grace in where we're going with this. But I wanted to ask about the August 31st date. Like, I don't quite understand. I can't imagine, or maybe it did happen that way, that all of these restaurants were licensed on the same day such that they're all expiring at August 31st at the state level, or is that because of a May date? Is the August 31st date relevant to the city versus the state? Whose deadline is that? Who controls August 31st this year?
Sandra, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So the August 31st date becomes important because in order for the state to approve the liquor license, the applicant has to show proof that they have possession of the area. So permission to use the city property. And so that's why it becomes an issue.
If I may, Sandra, I apologize. I think to get to your question, Rachel, we control the August 31st date. We said this in the spring. It is a public health order. It is not intended to support businesses. It really is an emergency health order based on COVID at the time. The state ended their orders in May. We actually took a risk and extended that ourselves because we found our county still in red. We are currently, actually, I think we were in yellow, and I believe we've just gone down to green. So there is no public health reason for which these orders move forward.
And to devil's advocate, like, all of us had COVID in the last couple of months, during which time people would have been expected to be applying for these permits and whatnot. Like, I mean, not all of us, but a lot of us that I'm looking at on the screen. So perhaps the public health issue prevented, people from reading those emails timely, or they were, busy trying to catch up and recover. Like, it's so, I guess I just wonder, is there no valid reason that we couldn't say, now that we understand and we're all, getting back on our feet from Boulder being in such a heinous situation there, we could go to September 30th and with our order, and then hope that extra month gave people time to follow through. So that's one question. I don't know if anybody wants to answer it right now.
Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but that wouldn't actually solve anything, because if we extended it, they still have to sort of go to the state to seek an extension of, or I don't know if it's a separate liquor license or an extension of that liquor license.
Kristen, if you wouldn't mind answering that question, because I just don't know the details of each license applicant.
Sure. So in order to operate, a business needs both a city liquor license and a state liquor license. So even if we acted to extend their city liquor license under an emergency rule, they would still need to apply at the state level to extend their state license in order to continue operating. And that's really where the biggest time delay is happening, is when these applications go to the state for final review and approval.
Well, but I guess what I'm wondering is, we gave them an extra month. Like, does everybody's liquor license expire August 31st? Maybe back to my first question. Like, if the state's expiring August 31st, Chris is nodding yes, then there's nothing we can do. So then maybe really the state controls that day.
So I'm going to jump in here. It's possible that some businesses are operating outside of their state liquor licenses currently. That's not a situation that we want to perpetuate. That's certainly a choice they can make, but that's not something that it would not be appropriate for the city to endorse violations of state law.
Which I'm not suggesting either. I assume everybody's got a liquor license. I'm just surprised that they would all end on August 31st. So, okay.
I think many of them were operating under the emergency orders.
Yeah.
And if that were extended, that wouldn't somehow extend their liquor license. I can't
the
understand.
State emergency orders.
Okay.
That have expired back in May.
Okay, that helps. Thanks. My next question is, I think I heard Chris, you say that 30 restaurants had applied for outdoor dining. Did I get that number right?
31.
31. 18 are in review, 1 done, 5 near done, and 13 are incomplete. What happened to the other 11? Like, when you say they applied, but they're not part of the 18 in review. 31 applied, 18 in review. Where are they, red or green or something different?
So yeah, and
is my math way off?
I'm trying to do math in my head right now, but and somebody help me if I'm missing something. But I think that tackles everybody. 13 incomplete, 18.
Oh, okay, I got it. I thought it was 13 of the 18 were incomplete, not 13 of the 30.
13 of the 31.
Okay, so 18 are in review. Okay, well, so if I'm understanding another part of this conversation, I've been confused a lot of kind of where we are, because it feels like it's not. I thought this was going to be like a 5-minute discussion of, just everything's going along happy, and so I've been trying to keep up. But if people aren't going to have structures in place until October, say, like, why can't we just approve them or extend it until those, like, it just seems like we're putting more arbitrary deadlines on that may impact liquor licensing, although it may be that we don't have any power now that the state controls August 31st. But just want to understand, like, are we being overly burdensome in terms of like what we're doing right now in this planning review stage? Could we approve, and could we approve provisionally is one question that I asked Nuria, I believe is ready to be answered. And then, can we approve, for shorter than 5 years, for 6 months, and then, just to help people kind of bridge this.
I could try and answer the provisional question. I guess theoretically we could provisionally approve some of the applications. It would have to be in very limited circumstances, because we would need to know that there's a very high likelihood that they would be approved. But secondly, I'm not sure that the state would accept that as proof of possession of the city property, and that's what they're really looking for. And in addition to that, I would be concerned that it would actually create additional delays if for some reason they flag it, it's provisional, it's not approved for sure, that it would actually create additional delays for them.
We can't.
Thanks for that. Sorry, I was muted. So provisional is not a go. Like, is there a way we can say, we're just going to approve everybody who's applied for 6 months more, and then we'll get back to this, and then everybody can apply, and hopefully, if everybody can apply for their liquor license tomorrow, that's just such a much shorter time that we have to be dry outdoor dining. Because I agree with whoever said, like, realistically, there's a lot of people are going to not go eat there if they can't drink there.
I think my concern from that approach would be that the city is essentially saying you qualify based on all our regulations that we have in place in our city manager rule, when that is not exactly the situation. And I think that it puts the city in a liability risk situation. If something were to happen, we're essentially saying you check all the boxes because we've addressed all of these safety issues, but really we don't know that to be true. And so my concern would be from a liability perspective for the city. I don't think that's an approach that we would want to take.
That makes sense. I guess also, though, we, like, for 2 years, people have been out in this form, in this formation. So could we just say, like, you can continue as is while we vet this for 3, 6, whatever more months. So those are all my questions. I appreciate it.
And might I offer, thank you for the questions. And I think that the city, and based on council direction, we have been trying to be as flexible as reasonable in trying to develop a 5-year program. The old program, under emergency orders, we were very, very flexible and permissive. The state is not in that space, and we don't have a relationship with them where we can pull strings and have them be permissive now that we are not. They don't have the emergency orders in place anymore for us to operate under. So even if we were to figure out a way to temporarily have folks reapply for another couple months, they'd still have to pay their, I think it's a $300 license, liquor license fee to the state. They'd still have to wait for it, and then we're doing a bunch of work on the city side to do this temporary thing when really we're trying to get to this 5-year program. And yes, it's not ideal. None of us are happy that it's taken this long for folks to get their materials in and processed through all the work that we've all been trying to do to get this set up. But once we get over this blip, we will not have to ask restaurants to again be reapplying for liquor licenses over and over again, as they have been throughout this entire emergency order.
All right. Tara and then Matt.
Wait, are you sure you're done, Rachel? No, I'm just kidding. It's super long. Anyway, I remember, tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember a lot, that we had a long discussion about this in, was it May or June? And we decided we didn't want to give staff this very big burden of pushing it past August 31st. And we voted on it, except for, I think, a few people. The majority said, let's end it on August 31st. So I'm thinking about the tremendous amount of work that staff has been doing and is going to have to do if we do anything different than our current trajectory, which we've discussed in detail. So I'm going to say that, you know, I'm a huge fan of restaurants, and also I don't like pesky rules. Everybody who knows me knows that. But I don't feel like we have a choice now. The staff tried pretty hard. Paperwork is hard. It's tough. And the staff has been trying so hard to get people to send in their paperwork. And I'm not saying that there weren't hiccups, but maybe there are other reasons too. I mean, if you think about why restaurants are not jumping in on this program, first of all, oddly, the timing is that people are going to have to spend money on infrastructure right before the winter. And certainly they might say, maybe I should wait until the spring. Why would I spend money now when I'm going to have slow months? So if I was a restaurant, I might hold back and just wait until next year. There's lots of reasons we don't know besides, you know, why a restaurant would decide not to take this next step, or why most wouldn't. I think once anybody gets used to not having rules, it's really hard to start having them again. So that could be it as well. But, you know, I'm just going to say that I think we should just stick with what we said and not ask staff to redo this, put in all the more time for a few months. I feel just as bad as everyone else, and I love eating outside, but I think it's a big burden right now when so many other things are happening. And so that is my 2 cents.
Tara, can I colloquy with you for a moment?
Only if you agree with me, Mark, not if you don't.
Oh dear, that could be a problem. I just want to point out that back when COVID was raging, we tasked Community Vitality with getting this program up and running in record time, and they did. It was remarkable. Restaurants were getting approved in a few days, and you know, they did an extraordinary job of getting the program moving. And I'm just feeling that there wasn't quite the same urgency in this go round. Thanks.
They were pretty hard. We can agree to disagree. We're still friends.
Can't have to agree.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll got Matt, and then I'll call him myself.
Aaron, I mean, this is going to be my second crack. If you want to go for it, since you haven't spoke, go for it, and then I can follow up after you if you don't mind.
After you. Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate it. I've heard some great things from my colleagues on this. I think what we're missing here is really understanding how razor thin of a margin our restaurants are surviving on right now. I mean, I think we have to really recognize just how one bad holiday weekend underwater. So like, I think we need to let that sink in a bit. And certainly for any restaurants or people or people in our service industry listening to this or hearing the conversation we're having, we're talking at the 50,000 foot level, but where the rubber meets the road, we have restaurants that are literally at a razor's edge. So I think, you know, we have to own this as a city, and we have to find the most expeditious path forward to reconcile this. And to the idea of us taking on risk, I would take on more legal risk as a city to not watch more restaurants and small businesses go under, especially for something that we've had a hand in creating. So I think we have to be really, really quick thinking here and really be bold in terms of how we're going to solve this for our restaurant community and small businesses. We're just coming out of COVID. Now's not the time to cut them off at the knees. So I don't know how else to say that, but I think there's really some creative things. Approve them now Like, we just got to approve them, start the clock on the approvals for liquor licenses. I even think that since many of these are managed by Parks and Rec, why can't we consider doing like you can at any of our parks by having a temporary liquor license that a nonprofit establishes? Why couldn't we think of creating some a patchwork of nonprofit liquor licenses that allow the service of alcohol on Pearl Street Mall as a whole to cover them? Like, let's get creative and think of ways in which we can make this work. So I don't have all the answers, but I'm really hopeful that we can set aside some of the other guardrails that we normally are attached to and find a way to solve this, because there's going to be restaurants that aren't going to make it if we get through Labor Day and another month of great weather and students and families being here and they can't serve liquor outside. I think that's going to be devastating.
Great. Well, I don't have any questions per se. I think all the questions have been asked. I appreciate everybody getting those voiced. And so I just want to start by saying, I know staff, this has been a really heavy lift getting this moved forward, because this is a 5-year program, right? I think that's the distinction here, is like not the beginning of the pandemic where we're like, whatever, just put something together with, with the clothespins and some baling wire, it's fine. We're setting up a much longer term program here. So it takes a lot more work. So I appreciate all the great work that's been done, while also acknowledging that the timing on these approvals, and in particular the liquor licenses, is really problematic for some of these businesses that are caught up in this timing problem, where it looks like there are a number of them that will not be able to serve alcohol in their outdoor spaces for at least a few weeks, and that is going to be a hardship for them. It sounds like you all have explored the different options, and you're doing what you can. And so what I would just say is that, like, just to the point of flexibility, that if there are, if there's any way, like, hopefully we can get these moved through pretty quickly. But if there's some minor issues that aren't safety related, where we could give a stamp of like, okay, approved, just make sure you resolve these 3 things within 60 days, or something like that. And maybe that's the provisional approval that you were saying doesn't work. But I'd just say if there is some version of that that's like a punch list for minor items, I'd encourage you to see if there's possibilities there. But I'll leave it in your hands to determine, the best way to balance, the needs of public safety and what will actually get folks into the approval process the most quickly. But that's my only comment, just for us to continue to do what we can to help these folks hopefully get things approved quickly, so that there can be the least disruption to their business possible, which I know is also what you're trying to do. Mary, you've raised and lowered your hand like about 5 times. I'm very interested to hear what you're going to say.
I have, Mayor. I appreciate that, right? I struggle, right? Because I am so sympathetic, right? We don't want this to be happening to businesses. We depend, frankly, on businesses doing well in our community, and have worked so incredibly hard behind the scenes to follow up with businesses. We extended the deadline because frankly, a lot of businesses didn't meet the July deadline. We made that broader. Staff has been following up, pinging folks. We've been very clear, and businesses know how long it takes a liquor license. So I'm not unsympathetic, and staff is not unsympathetic to what is happening in our business community. And we are doing so much to make sure that we can do our part to accelerate it. We have prioritized and taken staff off, particularly in PNDS, from other projects, so that we could really move this permitting and this approval process as fast as possible. Our commitment continues to move forward and say, if we can look at whatever is close to it, how do we move that forward? I don't know how to get around the liquor license issue, because we need complete applications. And of all those numbers that have been said, I'll also say that not all of them are in a place that we can even provide a provisional license for. There are some that are simply are that far away from complete. And we also have to assure for the safeguards of safety that we have ensured. Now, we're trying hard to break down the barriers. This is not a situation where I believe staff is doing business as usual. And it is not a situation we're happy to be in. So we will continue and commit to doing as much as we can in support of our business community. But I just don't see right now, we can't do some of the back end of getting their documentation in for them. We just cannot.
Points well taken. We know that the city organization cares about doing this well and supporting our business community for sure. And okay, we've been at this a long time. Bob, you got something else, and maybe we can move on here in a minute.
Yeah, I just have a question and a comment because I haven't made a comment yet. With respect to my question, Chris, I know that the original deadline was July 15, and then you extended it because apparently some restaurants wanted to apply after that, and extended it to August 1. And we have a total of 31 applications. What's the breakdown of the 31? How many applied before July 15, and how many applied between July 15 and August 1?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't have that number at my fingertips, and I don't know that Edward would either. Any takers?
Unfortunately, I don't either. Part of that date extension was also related to getting to complete applications.
I'm just talking about the application filing. I'm just talking about.
I don't have that specific data. I think the vast majority had an initial application in by July 15th, but some of those were truly what I would describe as just a placeholder. Very much, we're interested. We filed the first piece of paper, but nothing further. I don't have the specific numbers. We can get those for you.
And that would be great.
So I'm getting some communication that all of the 31 applicants were, what I'm being told, in before the 15th. We gave them until August 1st to get all of their documentation in. And still, again, we have a number that we're not able to do that.
Got it. So it's at least of the initial applications, maybe not as complete as staff would like to see. We're all in by July 15th. So we're now at August 18th, so we're 34 days into it. We've approved 1 out of 31. And I get the fact that you guys have been chasing people for documentation, but it sounds to me like odds are that we're not going to have anywhere close to all 31 approved by August 31, let alone the time that they're going to need for state liquor license, which sounds like it takes another 30 days. Is that a fair assumption that we're not going to have 31 approvals by August 31?
Yes.
Okay. So that's my question. It's obviously self-evident. And I would like to see those numbers, by the way. With respect to a comment, I guess, there's a lot of things I could say that I won't say, but you can imagine how I'm feeling right now, which is a huge level of disappointment. There's a lot of things that should have been said at that June 21 council meeting that were not said, and that's to us or the community. So that's a huge, huge disappointment to me and perhaps others, but we are where we are. I do want to echo, looking forward constructively, what Aaron said. Let's pull out the stops and get these done. I'll give you a couple of examples, and these are anecdotal, and they may not even be true, but this is what I've heard. One restaurant I heard was told that they didn't quite apply yet because they had a 4-inch wide flower pot that was hanging off a railing, and that was the reason why they were being held up. Now, maybe there's more, but that's what they were told. And so that's an example of something that's pretty small and probably pretty curable. And that's probably a phone call, and you take the flower pot off and problem solved. And then I heard another restaurant say, with respect to the documentation, it was quite burdensome. In addition to, this was a restaurant that was leasing its space, and they provided their lease. They showed proof that they had right of occupancy there from their landlord, but then they were told their landlord had to go back and find a deed to show that the landlord actually owned the real estate. And that's I'm a lawyer, and I'm just kind of trying to understand why that would be relevant to proof that the tenant had the right to be in that space. And so I'm not looking for a response to that. I just would ask us to go back and look at our requirements to see if they're reasonable. And then as we apply whatever reasonable requirements we have, that we are in fact reasonable in our implementation. If it's a small thing, let's either not hold things up, or if it's a small thing that could be cured, let's make sure we sit down with the restaurant in real time and get those things cured. Because, we're talking flower pots and deeds. This is not the type of stuff that is going to make people happy. And we are going to get a lot of emails, and they're all going to be directed right to staff. So I hope you have some good answers there.
Okay, Lauren and then Mark.
Yeah, so along with being reasonable and sort of trying to help get this going to the extent that we can, I think that we also need to be reasonable in terms of our enforcement and understanding the situation that these businesses are in. I know that in some things we might not have a lot of leeway, but where we do, I think that, you know, as long as the restaurants are putting in a good faith effort, we should pay attention to that and try and work with them.
Lauren gets the conciseness award for this item. Mark.
I do not. I share Bob's disappointment in where we are, and I very much agree with Matt's comments as to the jeopardy in which we're placing some of our restaurant operators because of the thin margins under which they work. This is where we are, and there's not much that can be done about it now. So I simply urge staff to do what Bob is suggesting, be expeditious, be reasonable. If there's a defect, call them. Don't send them a letter and wait for, have a 7-day turnaround. Call an operator and say, move your flower pot, do this, whatever it is. And let's try to achieve the same sense of urgency in this approval process that we had when we initiated this program back in the height of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Nicole, and then Rachel, and then maybe we can wrap this up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm not, this idea that staff could go and kind of address some of these issues while they're also trying to process some of the other applications and things. I think this was one of my concerns that I had about this, is just the amount of staff time and effort that it's taking. And it feels like we're seeing a little bit of that play out here. And I guess, one question that I would have for at some point, not tonight, to have it answered is, what portion of restaurants' revenue is coming from outdoor dining at this point for the folks who are there? I've heard it said, this is really essential for them to stay profitable. And I'm wondering, it would be nice to have some data along those lines too. But I do recognize all the work that staff is doing to try to get this brand new thing up and running with all these different options that restaurants have, while providing support, while also addressing concerns about applications that are coming in. This feels like a big ask. So I just wanted to ask us to have a little bit of grace there as well with our own staff, as well as with the restaurants that are working on this.
Thanks, Nicole. Rachel?
Just something Mark said about like how fast we were in 2020 just made me wonder, like, can the state be faster? Like, do we have any levers there or anything that we can do? Like, if it's going to be the state that's a bigger slowdown here eventually, or ultimately, can we help at all with that?
I think that's a fair question, and I know we've thought about it, is how much we can ask the state to accelerate or not accelerate and figure out what they're doing. And so we can certainly have that conversation. And again, I just want to reassure council and our community that staff really is focusing on the bigger issues, the important issue. It is not the hanging flower pot issue that is keeping us from approving or not a license. And so we will continue to do that. I know staff is so committed to continuing to do that expeditiously. And so we will also talk to the state and see if there's anything that we can accelerate on that end.
Thanks. And then just to the community, like, please patronize these businesses, as they're going to be suffering a little bit if the liquor license is missing. So please be kind. Thanks.
Junie.
I just have a quick question based on the conversation that I'm hearing. Chris, are there rules on our websites?
As far as the rules for the program, I think everything is posted on the project website, and I'm seeing Edward nodding his head.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And you do follow these rules, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. And on behalf of PNDS, I can say we are certainly understanding of the concern and are working to rapidly approve these in ways that we don't treat most applications, and looking for areas where we can. And even in that proof of ownership, we have actually looked at and provided much simpler ways than we've allowed any other applicant in PNDS to do that with, recognizing the importance here. But we'll go back and continue to make sure we're doing that and process things as rapidly as we can, recognizing we want to be careful about, of course, how that impacts applications of other times, which have experienced additional delay because we did prioritize the incoming of the first 31 of these over top of incoming other building permit applications, for example. So it's a balancing act, but we hear you, and we will continue as our staff to work through ensuring that we're addressing the significant issues to keep these moving rapidly.
And I was just going to say, just to speak to Councilmember Spears' question, I believe on the portion of sales, while we don't break down sales tax revenue to analyze that internally, it would need to be self-reported, but I would point out these extensions are anywhere between 100 to 500 square feet. So depending on the size of the total restaurant, we're only talking about this area when it comes to whether or not they're able to serve alcohol for a period of time relative to their total footprint and operating area. So, you know, if we're talking 100 square feet of 1,000 square foot dining area, then we're talking, you know, 10%.
Thanks. Okay, well, let's wrap up here. I really appreciate the detailed answers and all the probing questions from council. I think we all share a common intention and hope that this will all of these will get processed quickly and the businesses will get back to into the new program as quickly as possible. And I'll just say to everybody out there in the community that if there is a few week gap in the service of alcohol in the patio, go on down and raise a glass of iced tea to the success of our local businesses. Or an Arnold Palmer, whatever your non-alcoholic drink of choice is. Great, good enough. Thanks again, everybody on this one. And I would say, how about a 5-minute break before we hit the next item? Okay, let's go for 9:10. We'll come back at 9:10. We'll give ourselves 8 minutes. See you soon.
on tonight's agenda is
And
item
Alicia,
6.
you're very quiet, at least for me.
Am I? Is that better?
There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. We have next on tonight's agenda, item 6B, under matters from the city manager. It is the disposable bag fee changes and single-use plastics options.
Thanks so much, Alicia. And I'll send it over to Jonathan to get us started, but I'll also just thank him and his team because this is an item that we've rescheduled a couple times for agenda purposes. And they have been so patient to bring this forward and just appreciate how accommodating that team is. So thank you, Jonathan.
No problem, Neria. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jonathan Cohen with the Climate Initiatives Department. So I'm just going to offer a few brief comments before handing the presentation over to my very capable colleague, Jamie Harkins. So tonight we're seeking council feedback on staff's proposed changes to Boulder's 10-year-old disposable bag fee and direction related to single-use plastics more generally. Based on Nuria's comment, I did want to mention that the staff memo followed a study session format because, again, the item was originally scheduled for next week, so hopefully that didn't create any confusion for council. So as the staff memo explains, this discussion was really triggered by last year's passage of House Bill 1162, known as the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act. I know Jamie's planning on mentioning the bill sponsors and important stakeholders responsible for the bill's passage, but knowing she won't do it, I wanted to acknowledge the hard work specifically by Jamie and our zero waste team in the legislative process, which led to Colorado becoming the first interior state to enact comprehensive plastic pollution legislation. So I think that's pretty exciting and bears some recognition. So because our local policy is allowed to be as strict or stricter than the state law, which takes effect next year, staff has been reviewing the state law, speaking with community partners about implementation and potential approaches. So I'm going to hand it directly over to Jamie, and she's going to walk through those options and staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. Give me 1 second. Can everyone see that? Great. All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan, and good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. So the goals for tonight's meeting are first, to obtain council direction on necessary changes to Boulder's disposable bag fee program, and second, to obtain input at a very high level on future regulations to reduce single-use plastics. For the agenda tonight, I will begin with some background information about Boulder's bag fee program, and then the state's new Plastic Pollution Reduction Act, which I will shorthand and call the PPRA. I will then highlight the inconsistencies between these two that we must address and present 2 options for moving forward, including the staff recommendation. Finally, I'll briefly touch on the potential for future additional single-use plastic recommendations. But before we get started, as Jonathan mentioned, I did want to just take a moment to highlight that the reason we're discussing this item tonight is due to the large success in something our department talks about a lot, which sounds really hard and messy, which is a really big, larger systems changes outside of our city boundaries. So we did indeed work for many years with our partners like Recycle Colorado and EcoCycle, and our absolute zero waste champion in the legislature, Representative Lisa Cutter, who was the bill sponsor on this one, to support the passage of components of this bill. Over the years, this has been like 4 different bills, 1 bill, and then back to 4, and finally back to 1. So it's very, very exciting, and it has made Colorado a leader in a very short time. So Boulder's bag fee program, this took effect in July of 2013. Yes, almost 10 years ago. It is a 10-cent fee on all disposable plastic and paper checkout bags, and it is charged at all food stores in the city, regardless of size. So this is everywhere from our small international markets to our large chains like King Soopers and Safeway. Right now, about 33 stores collect and remit the fee to the city. They retain 4 cents of that fee, 40%, and remit the rest of it to the city. And because this is a fee and not a tax, the uses of that fee revenue are very narrowly defined in the ordinance to directly address the impacts of bags. So we've been very careful over the years. This money is earmarked separately, and we have very limited uses for that money. So the PPRA, which I'm very excited about, was adopted by the legislature in 2021, and it has four main components. The first and most relevant for our discussion tonight is the statewide bag fee. So this begins January 1st, 2023, and it is what we call a policy floor or minimum. So cities can go above and beyond the provisions in this bag fee if they choose to. It did model our language, so it is a 10-cent minimum fee on all plastic and paper, the same split between stores and the city or the county. But these last two pieces are where it differs. One very exciting provision is that the uses of the revenue are broader than in our Boulder ordinance. So we can actually use this fee revenue for all sorts of waste reduction, compost recycling programs, incentives, and education. So it's still waste reduction, but it does broaden that out a little bit, which is really great. And then this final note, the state law did include this small store exemption. This is an exemption that was added at the very last minute of the legislative process to get it over the finish line. And I'm going to go into a little bit of detail here about how a store would qualify for this exemption. So to be a small store in the PPRA, you have to meet all three of these criteria. So you have to operate solely in Colorado, have 3 or fewer locations, and not part of a franchise or corporation or partnership that has a physical location outside of Colorado. I will highlight how this exemption is a little bit problematic when we go over the pros and cons of the two different options later in the presentation. So the second and third components of the PPRA are bans on both plastic checkout bags and polystyrene food containers. And both of those are set to begin a year from that fee start date of January 1st, 2024. And then the fourth and final provision of this bill, which we worked here in Boulder specifically on for many years, was repealing this local government preemption. Up until now, local governments were prevented from regulating plastic materials. However, with this preemption repeal, those policy options will broaden for us, but it doesn't begin until July 1st, 2024. So with that summary of the PPRA, I want to go back to the bag fee, since that is mainly why we are here tonight, and highlight the inconsistencies between it and Boulder's fee program. So as I mentioned earlier, the Boulder fee is at all food stores, regardless of size, and the PPRA requires we implement it at all stores who are not, that fall into that small store exemption. So those are two different universes of stores. Some overlap, but some do not. And due to this inconsistency, we do have to make changes to our ordinance to be in compliance with state law. So staff has made the assumption that council does not want to remove food stores, small food stores, that have been already collecting the fee for 9 years now. They are participants in the program. A lot of them really like participating. So with that assumption, there are two options for moving forward. The first one is adding the state required large retail stores to our program. This would add only the stores that do not meet that small store exemption, and it would still apply to those smaller food stores in Boulder that have been part of our program for a long time. The second option is to expand the program to all grocery and retail stores in the city, regardless of size. This would include those small stores that are exempt in the PPRA. Under option 2, we did discuss amongst staff that given that these small stores are not required by the state to be in a bag fee program, we could phase them in at a later date. So recognizing that, you know, there's not a lot of time between now and January 1st, we could give them till halfway through next year or even later next year to put a collection system in place, and we can phase them in later. So that is also an option. I know that there's a lot of text on the screen, but I did want to make sure all the pros and cons of these two options are there for everyone to see. So with option 1, it would add about 100 to 150 stores to our current 33. And these estimates are based on a combing through of a very, very long spreadsheet that finance was so kind enough to send me over. So these are rough estimates, but that's about what we're looking at. The pros of this approach are that, it does comply with the state law, and it actually goes beyond it because it does include those small food stores. I estimate it would capture about 80 to 90% of bag use in the city, and it does recognize a potential hardship for small businesses. The cons to this approach are that the city would need to develop a process to see what stores meet that criteria and which do not, because that is not information we have right now. We don't know how many locations a corporation has around the country, things like that. So we would have to develop and implement that system. It's also inconsistent and hard for consumers to understand, and for us to communicate to the community where they'll find a bag fee and where they won't. We can do it, of course. It's just a little wonkier. And then finally, it would exempt a large number of small stores, including ones that are perceived as large. And I did add this from the memo, so I wanted to put in an example to clarify. So take, for example, McGuckin's Hardware. I know we all love to do our shopping there. They actually would qualify, I believe, for this small store exemption because they are solely in Colorado. They have one location and they're not a part of a larger corporation, even though they are a large store that goes through a lot of bags. And then on the flip side, I believe that a store like Pharmaca, who is part of a corporation that's based outside of Colorado and they have California stores, would not qualify for the exemption. So it's just a little counterintuitive that some large stores in the city would be exempt and some smaller ones would not. So I just wanted to highlight that that's kind of the difficulty that we're dealing with here in communicating it. So for option 2, we are roughly estimating, again, that this would add a lot more stores to the bag fee program, of course. But it is a consistent application across the city that is easier for consumers to understand and anticipate. Obviously, it results in the greatest reduction in bag use. And it is consistent with Louisville, one of our neighboring jurisdictions, who just this year put in a 25-cent bag tax everywhere in the city. And then we can use that phase-in approach, would reduce the administrative burden on both city staff to get, the systems up and running for that many accounts, and also on the small stores. And I did want to highlight this piece as well. A pro to this approach is, I know it's really easy to see that collecting the fee is a burden on small business, but it is actually also a revenue source. So they get to keep 40% of whatever the fee level we set. And that can be a significant revenue source for a small business who has to buy those bags, recycled content paper bags, or whatever they're giving out to their consumers. That can help offset that cost for them. So we wouldn't be including them in that revenue generation. But the cons of this approach, of course, are that burden and then a substantial increase in bag fee accounts, which will require resources in the city to administer and enforce. I will note with this one, though, as I said in the memo, that we have over $500,000 in the existing bag fee account. That money can be used to help with these resources. And so whatever we need, we are ahead of the game. Many, many cities across Colorado do not have a system in place. They don't have the tax forms. We have that all in place already. So we are ahead of the game. It's just a matter of scaling it to all those stores. And so whatever our finance department would need to help do that, we can help provide for that with the existing bag fee money. All right, so in addition to what stores charge the fee, council can also choose to increase the fee level. So back in 2012, we conducted a fee nexus study, and it justified a fee at that time of up to 20 cents, and then council cut it back to 10. But in discussing it internally, given that current labor costs and other costs associated with recycling have all gone up, as well as the continued externalities on ecosystems and the climate, we really do feel that an updated analysis, if we were to redo it today, would justify a fee higher than that 20 cents per bag. And so putting it at that level, we do see as being totally of that 20-cent level from 2012, would recognize some of the externalities that were justified in that original study. And it would be in line with regional bag fees that we already see across Colorado, ranging from 5 to 25 cents. So in recognition of the city's climate and circular economy goals, staff does recommend implementing an increased disposable bag fee of 20 cents at all retail stores with a phase-in of small stores not currently in the program. This will create a fee that is easier to anticipate and communicate to residents and visitors as well, while also allowing some additional time for small stores to implement that system. As I mentioned, the increased fee level of 20 cents is a level initially recommended back in 2012, so we'd be catching up with that, and does incorporate, you know, as I said, some of those externality costs that we're not capturing now. We did talk to the Environmental Advisory Board last night, double header here, and they were overall very supportive of the staff recommendation. One board member was not supportive of including the small stores that are exempt under the PPRA though. All right, I will now transition to I want to emphasize a very high level discussion of additional actions the city can explore to reduce other single-use plastics. So as we think about our circular economy goals and the role that a city can play in accelerating that transition, it's really critical to have a longer-term plan for phasing out disposable plastics that are not of high value. The next few slides are really meant to just briefly highlight some of the options we could begin to explore should you approve of that this evening. So reducing disposable plastics remains a community priority. We continue to get emails and petitions occasionally to ban certain plastic items as the realities of their production and disposal become more apparent every year. Just this week, actually, the group Beyond Plastics released a new report. They looked at the life cycle of producing these items, and they estimated that 130 plastic manufacturing facilities in the nation emit at least 114 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually, which is about 57 coal-fired power plants. So this is an incredibly toxic industry that I think every city plays a role in trying to phase out. Another issue I know you're aware of from various emails you have been on is the high level of contamination right now in our compost stream. And one of the most problematic items are these single-use plastics, including disposable foodware. Sometimes I'm sure it is a matter of folks in our community who think they are compostable, but they're not, but this is really prolific in our compost stream. So reducing their use throughout the community would greatly assist in our goals for producing a really high quality compost product. We need to get that stream cleaned up in order to achieve some of our other natural climate solutions and things we want to do with that compost. And then finally, as I mentioned in the beginning, we now have more policy options available to us, which is very exciting. Well, not quite yet, 2024, but that gives us plenty of time to really explore what's right for Boulder if you all decide that we should start doing that. So typically cities start with the most prolific plastics in their community that are used for a very short amount of time, if at all. I know we all have those drawers at home, which are disposable foodware items. And so previously what we saw over the years were like item by item policies. You'll remember straw bans or policies that go over after other items. And now we're really seeing a shift where some cities like Berkeley and others in California, as well as other places, are looking at these in a much more comprehensive approach. And they're putting ordinances in place that look at plastics, in totality and not just one by one. So on this slide, I have the most common components of these comprehensive ordinances that I have found. They usually start with a provision that makes restaurants ask if folks want disposable foodware and not just provide them by default. And then they typically move into bans on plastic foodware and requirements for those items to be compostable or recyclable. And that would really depend on the local community infrastructure and what works for them. And I have seen requirements to use reusable foodware for eat-in dining. So if you go out to eat, it's fast casual, you have to actually use dishes and silverware and not takeout items. However, I did want to note that I have not found a city that has implemented a requirement around providing an option for a reusable takeout container. So I think that's a really exciting thing we could explore. This photo on the right is one from our partner, Repeater, soon to be called Deliver Zero, which is a reusable takeout container program the city has been supporting for over a year now. So if y'all aren't signed up yet, I hope you'll go to the website and try it out. It's a really cool program. And I think we're in 15-ish. I haven't checked the latest numbers, restaurants across the city. But so this is something that I think Boulder could really innovate around. And we can incorporate, more reusables into a comprehensive ordinance. I totally understand why this won't be a solution for every person in Boulder. We have tourists, we have visitors, but transitioning to reusable containers is really critical for a majority of what we are doing in our economy if we want to achieve our climate goals. All right, so, I'm sorry, hold on. All right, next steps. So obviously, once we hear your thoughts, we have to bring an ordinance back to you for adoption to make the actual changes to the bag fee ordinance. We are ready to immediately start talking to businesses and communicating on how to remit the fee and when, as well as back in 2012, and I was the person who did this in 2012, I have been here that long. We had lots of resources on our website of signs they could print out, one-page training materials for employees, little postcards. We anticipate having all that available again. So we'll communicate to them. They don't have to create anything for this. We have everything they'll need. And then we are also going to do additional stakeholder engagement and application of the racial equity instrument. We did talk about this in the memo. And we are continuing to look at the strategies we used in 2012 and 2013 to address the impacts of the fee on both the business and the consumer side, and work to make those strategies even more effective. This is a fee that no one needs to pay, provided they have the information they need and the free access to reusable bags. We have a big order coming in soon, so we are ready to make sure that what we did back 10 years ago is even more effective today and reduces those burdens. And then finally, additional broader-based community education so that everyone knows what to expect next year and no one is surprised. And then with single-use plastics, if you all just give us a go-ahead this evening, we will start working on developing a work plan and an engagement process to really just start exploring those options. What I highlighted tonight was what other cities have done, but certainly not what we have to do. So we will be looking very broadly at what we could bring into our community. And this will dovetail really, really nicely with efforts we will be taking on to educate businesses about those other provisions of the PPRA as well, the styrofoam ban, the plastic bag phase out. So we want to educate around that too. And we can dovetail in engagement around these other plastics as well. So with that, here are my questions for you all this evening. So does council support applying the disposable bag fee citywide to include small stores that are exempt from the state's PPRA? Does council support increasing the bag fee to 20 cents? And finally, should staff begin exploring options for additional single-use plastic regulations to come later, late 2023, early 2024, whenever we can get it scheduled? So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm assuming I should stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Jamie. It was comprehensive, very informative, and interesting presentation. And I can't believe you've been at this for 10 whole years.
I know. This was actually my first policy project.
Very cool. Very cool. Love to see it. All right, so let's start with questions for staff, and then we'll answer the questions that staff has for us. So questions for staff. We got Bob, Jeannie, Rachel. Bob, Jeannie.
Hey, Jamie, thanks a lot. I like your comment there at the end, no surprises. So let's make sure we don't surprise anybody on this one. Question for you. I like in the fact in the memo, you kind of laid out what the bag purchase rates were from year by year going all the way back to 2013. What was a little distressing to me was the fact that the number doesn't seem to be dropping off, other than 2020, which was an anomaly. We seem to be kind of hovering in that 4.5 to 4.7 million bags a year going back many, many years. So 10 cents doesn't seem to be doing the trick. Have there been any studies with other cities that have had bigger bag fees, let's say 15 or 20 or 25 cents, that shows that there's a pain point where people stop buying bags and they bring them in?
Thank you for that question. I have not seen any. A lot of us are watching Louisville to see, but theirs has only been implemented a few months. So I have not seen anything. I have been asked that question very, very many times over the years of why we just seem to be consistently at a certain level. And it was interesting when we did the original fee, we saw when we studied other cities and countries back then, they saw about 4 or 5 years of decline, and then they plateaued, where we kind of like plateaued, or we declined right away a larger amount and then just stayed there. And so it's always been interesting to relay our experience in Boulder to other cities. If I was asked my personal opinion of why that's the case, I do think there's just a certain part of the population that's willing to pay 10 cents. Of course, we can't set a fee based on behavior change, but that is the case. And then I also think the new students every year that come in, we do try to educate them. We work with CU, but I do think if they're coming from a community without a bag fee, you know, they're maybe not registering or when they're buying their groceries. But what you're seeing in the numbers is absolutely our experience. And I'm not aware of any studies that have identified a pain point. There are countries that have, I believe, as high as like $1 a bag. But I haven't seen anything recent about what that has done.
Thanks, Jamie. Just a second question, and I'll save my answers to your questions till later. I assume that one way we could go about this, let's say there was an inclination to go from 10 cents to 20 cents, that could be phased in over time, maybe 15 cents for a few years and 20 cents. Are some cities doing that, or is that just too much of a pain in the butt and we should just bite the bullet and go to wherever we're going to go?
I'm not aware of any cities doing that. We could go either way. We're happy to do whatever council's preference is.
Thank you, Jamie.
Great. Judy, Rachel, Matt, Mark, myself.
Thank you, Aaron. I have a question about, you mentioned, I'm looking at both the presentation and also the memo. You mentioned the 100 to 150 stores that would be included. Did you have a projected revenue amount?
So my wonderful colleagues in finance have been working on some revenue modeling. I can't say I have time. I have had time, given that we moved this up a week, to dig in. They approached it a few different ways based on partly what Louisville is experiencing, but so I don't at this point, but I'm happy to look at that and follow up with council afterwards. I'm so sorry that we don't have that prepared for this evening.
No, that's all right. I think part of the question I wanted to ask as well, because I'm looking at the phase-in later for the smaller businesses, and you mentioned maybe possibly July 1st, 2023. And I'm trying to understand, would it cost the city a lot to include those smaller stores? And also, would the revenue balance the fact that we would have to need extra staffing to be able to do that?
Yeah, it's really hard to anticipate the level of revenue that will come in. I anticipate in 2023 it will be pretty high. Now, what that high level is, it's just so hard to predict. And then I do think it will drop off in 2024. I do feel that the new fee revenue, in addition to what we have already like in the bank from the existing fee, is enough to cover what finance needs. I have talked to them about that, and I know Joel is on the call if we have any further questions about it, but they've communicated to me that it wouldn't be a full-time person, but we certainly could maybe add it to some other duties that might be needed, and the bag fee could help provide for that additional resources. So there weren't concerns that we couldn't do it.
Thank you so much.
Rachel, Matt, Mark.
It's great to see you, Jamie Harkins. Thanks for being here tonight. So I am one of those people that has like 700 bags because I forget them a lot and then I buy new ones. So I just wonder, like, with coffee shops where you can rent the coffee cup, basically take it home, bring it back, they wash it. Is there anything like that for bags in other cities? Like, is there a program where I could, pay 25 cents, but get it back if I return the bag?
So not like I have seen bag banks that are free, not where you would have to pay 25 cents. But one of our partners is the city of Fort Collins, and they did put something on the ballot last year. And I have been talking to them a ton because they are in the thick of it right now. Theirs just took effect recently, and they are trying to figure that piece out of creating some sort of bag banks. You have to look at sanitation just because you don't know if what you're taking in is sanitary, but they are really trying to figure it out. So I'm excited to work with them. That is an idea, because you're right, we all have a lot of bags at home. And so I think that we can absolutely pilot something like that in Boulder and have them available to the community whenever they want them.
And I agree. That's why I use the coffee cup as the example. Like if we can drink out of it, like it can be cleaned. So I think we could probably, clean the bags, hopefully. All right. Glad that you're looking at it. Thanks.
Yeah, but I'm going to just jump in really quickly. And I really appreciate, Jemmy, bringing up the Fort Collins example, because we did have a discussion with them, Rachel, about what their option was is a reusable bag deposit system where customers pay a deposit for reusable bags that they will get back when they return the bags to, say, the store or the coffee shop. I don't know where they are on that, but that was one of the ideas that they were exploring. That's something we could think about as well.
Cool. See, they didn't even tell me that part. So between the two of us, Jonathan and I, we will have all the ideas.
Matt and Mark and myself.
Thank you, Jamie and Jonathan. And when you introduce yourself, you should introduce yourself as the Director of Climate Initiative. So again, congratulations. You don't need to shy away from that, Jonathan. So yeah, and you may have said this, Jamie, and I may have been percolating on something you said earlier and then missed a later point as such with good content. Given that there's the plastic checkout bag ban that begins in 16 months, are we just trying to bridge the gap to that point, and then with the ban we're kind of good and we're just dealing with disposable bag fee on the paper side and some small scale stuff? And I'm just wondering, like, how do we ramp up to a ban, which is, obviously all encompassing? And so do we want, so I'm just sort of wondering what that sort of scaling to the ban looks like. And do we want to be more aggressive early on to get to that point so that it's not just cold turkey banned right off the bat? And so I'm sort of curious about how you reconcile that 16-month difference from where we're at to being a complete ban.
Excellent question. Thank you. It is a little tricky, and actually reading the bill, it's very confusing language. So starting January 1st, you are correct that it transitions to just a fee on paper, and the plastic bags are phased out. They do have like a provision in there that stores can continue to give out some plastic bags after January, I think until like June 30th, if they were purchased and part of their inventory before January 1st. So it isn't quite as hard of a date like it is in the bill, but they do allow for like a phasing out of existing inventory. So stores aren't just throwing away cartons and cartons of bags. But you are correct that it does transition to that fee on paper. Now, if we exempt the small stores that are exempt in the PPRA, they don't have a fee and they don't have a ban. So they can continue handing out plastic bags and paper bags without that fee under just the state law. So we would really, if we do include them in the program, we could allow them to keep a plastic option if the council would like to, or we could have them also phase out. I would think it'd be easier and more consistent to have them phase out plastic along with the rest of the community, but that's sort of how it's designed to sort of like transition, but it is going to be tricky. And I think it's our job to really make sure folks understand the dates in the bill, because you read the bill and it is very confusing. So we'll make sure they know that they have to start phasing them out in January so they can plan ahead and hopefully not have more than like 5-6 months to phase out when 2024 starts.
So it's just maybe a follow-up. So does it make some sense to then maybe work on a stiffer fee early on to not incentivize the hoarding of bags so that you have that 6-month back end, so that they kind of take that sticker shock is a little harder up front, so you're not pooling? Or is it so cheap in bulk purchasing that's really irrelevant and they're going to hang on to them regardless?
Yeah, I don't really think it would really matter, to be honest. A lot of the bigger stores, the fee is already at King Soopers. They're working to transition plastic out totally on their own. I don't really think it would result in that, but I like your line of thinking.
Mark?
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I have a few questions. Back in 2012, and you were there, Council walked back from a 20-cent a bag fee to a 10-cent a bag fee out of concern for the economically disadvantaged. What has changed with respect to the economically disadvantaged that argues for a higher fee?
Yes, that's an excellent question. I think back in 2012, we were one of the first cities to try this. And so there was a lot of concern for how folks in the community who are of lower means would react and participate or not in the program. I can say that, so we do have an exemption in there to exempt folks on food assistance programs. And I will say anecdotally over the years, I've heard folks, like store managers report to me that they don't want to be exempt, like they want to participate in waste reduction in the community. I would by no means assume that that is universal. That is just anecdotally what a few stories I've heard. But to answer your question, I don't think much has changed, but I do think the culture around disposability has changed a little. And we have spent the last 10 years getting bags out to the community. So every single year, we are giving away bags at events. We are providing thousands to every food bank in Boulder. We have really kind of flooded the community along with everyone else with the reusable bag swag. And so it's not that their means have changed. And to be argued, a lot of folks have rougher economic means now, maybe than in 2012. But I do think we're in a different place culturally where we can make sure they have the bags they need available. We actually mailed them out back in 2012, which is something we can do as well. We did a little bit of canvassing door to door in certain neighborhoods. So I think council back then was just unsure of how it would work in the community and wanting to just test the waters. And then we have sort of let it ride since then. So I absolutely would understand opinion to keep it at 10 cents out of that concern. So thank you.
Have you done much outreach to the business community on this and gotten much feedback? I mean, has there been, I guess I'm asking, are you formulating these proposals simply from the environmental perspective, or are you looking at all at the impact on businesses in the community?
Yes, I did anticipate that question. We did discuss internally in outreach to business, and we are meeting with the chamber and our other economic development partners in a few weeks. And this is one of the items, but I will say these recommendations are crafted on our climate and circular economy goals, with obviously a recognition of the burden on business because of the phase in and trying to provide them resources. Should we have surveyed, or if we would have surveyed businesses, I guarantee you no one like voluntarily wants to create a system to collect a bag fee. So I don't think the feedback would have been like, yes, include us in this program. And so we do intend to, like I said, meet with business partners, reach out to a lot of other businesses and make sure any concerns they have are addressed both in the ordinance as well as what we do to implement it in the next handful of months in the next year. And so we will absolutely be listening to their concerns. And but the recommendation is shaped on our goals around climate and waste reduction.
And I ask because you might well have been surprised by the response of the business community, but I would urge you to, when you speak to the chamber, get a full sense of what their concerns are and try to deal with them in this ordinance as it's finally presented. In the memo, there's discussion about the revenues that have been generated by our program. When you state those revenues, is that net of the costs of administration or not?
Gross.
Yeah, that's simply gross.
Hmm.
Do we have any sense of what the cost of administration is? If we're collecting $200,000 a year, what is it costing us to get that $200,000 a year?
That may, I'll see Joel's turning his camera on. The bag fee, I can say that the bag fee has not been to date transferring money over to cover personnel expenses in the finance department. So We've been using the bag fee revenue for other things like the reusable bag giveaways in the community, the food banks. We've purchased very large equipment purchases, as I put in the memo, but Joel can speak to. I believe the administration of this program was folded in with some others. And so while we can use this money directly to support them in the future, we haven't up until now needed to do that. So Joel,
it would be interesting to know that. I mean, money being fungible, you're generating it here, but you're spending it there. It would be nice to know whether there's a net benefit to the community in doing all of this.
Joel, did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just, Councilmember Wallach seemed like he was maybe
finishing
his thoughts, so I wanted to provide you that space.
Joel, we can't really hear you, I'm afraid. At least I can't.
I can't either.
All right, how about now? Is that a little
better?
All right, thanks. The precautions you take to make sure that the 8-year-old doesn't disrupt a council meeting sometimes bite you when you get called up. Apologies. So Joel Wagner, Deputy Director of Finance. So currently we're absorbing the costs of administration just based on other departmental functions. Our tax system has a disposable bag fee return that's already built into the system. So the cost of administering a couple of dozen accounts is pretty minimal. As Jamie mentioned, if we do expand this significantly, there may be increased costs in the interim as we ramp that up, provide education, follow up with taxpayers who forget to file their first few returns and things like that. But based on council's feedback, we would do some modeling and let you know what that would look like.
Okay. And my last question is, how many cities actually have a 20 cent or greater bag fee? Are we joining a multitude, or are we sort of out on our own?
In Colorado, a majority, I don't know off the top of my head an exact number.
And I'm not suggesting you need to know offhand. It would be nice, however, to take a look at it, and when you come back to us,
okay,
tell us whether we're doing something that's entirely unique, or whether there's a lot of precedent for a 20-cent bag fee as opposed to a 10-cent bag fee. It may not change how we approach it, but it would be a good piece of information for us to have.
Council member, just one quick comment there. I appreciate the question. It's completely reasonable. And going back to something Jamie said, I would just point out that I think we are ahead of a lot of the cities that really have no system set up yet. And so I think we're just looking at a handful of communities that had already enacted some kind of plastic bag fee. And so I think we can come back to you and talk about more of a global view to see what's going on, not only in Colorado, but in other states. And that might be helpful to kind of get to the point that you're raising. But again, I think a point that Jamie made that just bears repeating, kind of to your earlier question, we have to bring our ordinance in compliance with the state requirements. And so our choices are somewhat limited. We can keep at the same level, we can increase the level, and we can look at how we expand or not the program to all businesses or not. So we have a few toggles that we can pull here, but otherwise, I just want to say for those listening at home that, again, our purpose here is to bring our ordinance in compliance with the state law, and we can do that in a few different ways, but certainly we can bring back some of those details to you.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're getting a benefit from this, and that the major impact of it is not simply to make the cost of living in Boulder even higher than it already is, because it's, as we all know, it is pretty steep, and that's really all I'm trying to get at here. All right, that's my questions.
Ms. Mark, Junie, and then I'll call myself.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments made by Mark about small businesses. And I was looking at the memo, the part that talks about racial equity instruments and how that has been used or applied. And it talks about small businesses and minority-owned businesses and the implementation side, how that could negatively impact them. So my question to you, and I look quickly, I didn't see, and I do see the part that, hey, we'll continuously look at this, but I'm wondering, what are some of the mechanisms that maybe your office is looking into to, I don't know, maybe protect these small businesses to lessen the impact of this new policy that we're looking into?
Thank you, Council Member. I think a few answers to that. The first is, many of you know, we have an annual contract with the PACE Business Advising Team that we revisit, and we do a new scope of work every year. And they have a current equity program that is restaurant focused, and that those advisors who are fluent in a few different languages are so amazing in getting out to some of our businesses and getting them involved in our programs. And so we were looking at maybe transitioning that contract next year to include outreach to some of the retail businesses who will need to comply with, or not, depending on the direction you all would like to go in. So that's one avenue. And then the other is that, sorry, I'm having a little bit of a mind blank here. You know, back when we did the fee in 2012, we really invited them personally into like a stakeholder group and made sure that they had the resources they needed. And that is where I received the anecdotal information that a lot of these international markets, we discussed this back in 2012, wanted to participate in the program because, you know, back where in their country of origin, for example, they never use plastic bags. And so just, it was super interesting for me to learn culturally the thoughts around waste and what we're producing. And so I think we would replicate some of the approaches we did in 2012 to really outreach one-on-one to those businesses we know may have language and technology barriers, and really make sure they have the resources they need. And then I do know we've outreached, or I've emailed the Latino Chamber as well to set up a meeting to talk to them, and hopefully through our partners, which we have a lot more partners than we did back in 2012, we can really work to make sure that there aren't barriers to understanding the program and what they need to do. So we didn't have any issues in 2012, and so I shouldn't say that. Of course, there were issues, but we really worked really hard to mitigate them. And so I anticipate in adding a lot more businesses to the program, we would take all of these contracts we have existing in our department and really focus them on making that as easy as possible.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so great questions. I've got one. Speaking of making things easier for small businesses, have we thought about adding more of a share back to businesses with a 20-cent fee? Because right now it's 4 and 6. Are we thinking about passing along some of that additional fee to the businesses?
Yes, the current ordinance, the way it is drafted, I double checked this earlier, it's 40%. So if we kept that, they would receive 8 of it back. We can certainly adjust that though. If council would like to do 50% to each, we could do that. We really can. It's our ordinance, so we can, as long as we meet that state criteria of at least the 4 out of 10, so 40% going back to them, we would be in compliance.
Great. Well, I'll just make a comment on that particular one since I just brought it up. Just that I think that's a great thing to do outreach on, and also kind of with the sharp and pencils and the revenue projections, is to see, you know, because as you mentioned, this can be a revenue source for small businesses. So we're going to be, what is like 850 businesses that have to do this that didn't before. And if they actually are getting something significant out of this, I think it'll be much more appealing to them. So I think that's a great thing to analyze. I'm not going to say what the numbers should be tonight, but to analyze about how we could implement that as we move forward, if council, of course, is supportive. So why don't we move to that? I think we've gotten through our questions. So if you can put your questions to us back up. And y'all, it's 10 o'clock. In the interest of some efficiency, I'm going to start from a baseline of how to, are we okay with the staff recommendations on each one? And then you can, disagree if you want to, but I'm going to start with this. So I'm going to say, can we say that we do we support applying the disposable bags citywide to include small stores per the staff recommendation? Unfortunately, actually, I can't see people's thumbs or nods or anything like that. So maybe I'll ask you to take that back off the.
Okay, sorry. There you go.
So are people comfortable with that staff recommendation? Generally, generally good. Okay, and feel free if you need to add a comment or disagree, feel free. But it's looking like we got support for that. How about increasing the fee to 20 cents? Are people comfortable with that? Mark's going to start off with a comment, but we'll.
Yeah, I would prefer actually to ramp up on this. I don't really have a problem ultimately with the 20 cent, although I'd like to have a little more data about it with respect to the questions I've already asked. But if that's the direction we want to head, I prefer to have, instead of doubling it overnight, I prefer to see it ramped up over a couple of years and let it sink in and people adjust.
Here we go, Bob, and then Lauren.
Yeah, I'm not ready to straw poll tonight and turn it to a binary yes or no. I'd like to get the answers to the questions I asked before. I would probably support it, but I'd like to see information about ramp up. I'd like to see information about what the point is where people stop buying bags. So I'd like to have a little more information. If staff could just bring forward maybe 2 or 3 proposals with some more data, that would be great.
Lauren?
Yeah, I really like the point that you brought up, Aaron, about looking at how the fee, how much of it is given back to the businesses versus how much the city takes in, especially trying to keep in mind small, the needs of small businesses and trying to help support minority-owned businesses as well.
Great. Nicole?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out where to fit in this comment. I think it sort of overlaps with the second and third questions. So I'm just going to say it here, and this will kind of count toward the single-use plastics discussion too. That recent climate tax poll that we did of voters, right, show that climate is a top issue for more than a third of our community. I think it was 36% of people. And, I think about the benefit to the community of getting rid of plastic bags just completely, as well as single-use plastics, not necessarily being in terms of the revenue that we're getting, but really in terms of meeting our community health and climate goals. So, in this case where we're charging for plastic bag use, we're penalizing use, but incentivizing behavior is a much more effective tool for individual behavior change than penalties. And so one of the things that I'm curious about, and maybe this would come back when we kind of revisit the plastic bag fee, what would it cost to pay shoppers to stop using plastic bags? So for example, what if we paid people 25 cents per bag that they bring in? What are some ways that we can think about incentivizing this behavior rather than penalizing it? Because I think our community, at least through that poll, really showed that we care a lot about climate. And, I think that if our community is caring about it this much, let's start investing in it. And to me, this comes down to single-use plastics as well. They're terrible for our community, for the environment, for the communities where these things are generated. How do we start incentivizing people for massive changes in their behavior? And how do we start providing the support to businesses and other folks to help them make that transition? But for me, it's hard to think about penalizing behavior as being a way of driving kind of large scale community change. And I know we've seen some, right, but we've plateaued. And to me, it seems like it's because we're not taking advantage of how susceptible all of our brains are to incentives. Oh, anyway, I think there's lots of creative ways of thinking about doing that, but that's just in general, like, yes, I'm supportive, and I think there are better options that we haven't thought about yet. And I would just like to encourage us, if we were going to try incentivizing and investing in climate solutions, what would that look like? How much would it cost us to do something like that?
Thanks, Nicole. Mark?
I just want to say I agree entirely with Nicole's point. Not that we're not going to raise the bag fee, but that we need to put in a component of incentivization, not just putting the hammer on people and saying, we're going to hit you in the wallet. And there are probably a bunch of clever ideas we can use to encourage people not to use bags. And that ought to go hand in hand with whatever we're doing in terms of raising fees. To me, it's always been a little simplistic to simply say, you know, we're going to change behavior by making it more expensive. For people who are well-to-do, it's a rounding error. For people who are not, it becomes a little more burdensome. So I think Nicole is onto something, and I'd like to see you come back with some aspects that go beyond simply raising the fee, but how do we create some incentives for better behavior? Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. I'm sorry, Mayor. Can I respond? Would that be okay? I can't help myself. I apologize. I know there was no question there. But I just wanted to remark that I really appreciate those comments. I think with respect to the overall single-use plastics issue, that area has a lot of margin for creativity. And I just wanted to point out, Jamie talked about the repeater program, for example. I think we can absolutely start talking about how we create incentives and opportunities for people to really start shifting their behavior in terms of overall plastics use. We may be a little bit more limited just on the bag piece, but I think we can go back and put our heads together and figure out what type of incentives could parallel or complement what we do on any of the bag fees. So I just wanted to remark, I really appreciated those comments.
Thanks, Ginny.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Nicole, for bringing this idea of incentivizing the use of maybe reusable bags, or also I think there's something in the memo about educating people. I welcome that as well. I think that's great. You know, everyone, you know, are different. Some people need a little bit more education around how they use plastic in the community. So that would be great. And I'm actually in the same position as some of my other colleagues as well. What I really would like to see is, I know you mentioned the other program within the equity as part of equity, but I wanted to know what are some of the concrete steps, especially for small businesses, because 20 cents is a lot, right? And not only that, around the implementation, if it's a small business of, let's say it's one person, right? And it's a business that is frequented a lot by the community, how do they, you know, how do they keep on top of this new requirement? So I think knowing what it is and how the city intend to build their capacity, because again, a big corporation, they'll be able to figure it out. They've already have the system on lockdown, but now you bring in brand new small businesses, you have to build their capacity in order for them to stay, you know, to be able to engage in this process and still be sustainable. So I think that's very important to keep that in mind. But overall, I think I really appreciate all the work. I appreciate the memo. I just think it's full of information that I find very important and useful. And I think your answers around equity was very well thought of. So in the education piece, to me, was that, again, that's another equity piece as well. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeannie. So can I just say, the folks who haven't spoken out, are you kind of broadly okay with going to 20 cents subject to some of the comments that people have made? Okay, generally seeing some thumbs up. So I'll just add in, the comment here that I think people have made some excellent comments and suggestions here. So I think Jamie, I think the direction we're going is yes, but subject to some creative thinking about, how it phases in for small businesses in particular, how either from a time perspective or a dollar perspective, like, is it easier or harder? Like, and this is a great place to talk to the chambers and the community. Would you rather have it phase in to 15 before it goes to 20 or not? And if there's a clear message there, then that's a message we can follow. And great points on incentives and avoiding disparate impacts. And so I know y'all are very, very good at this stuff. So is that direction that you can work with?
It is indeed. I always love a creative thinking challenge. So, and so does Jonathan. So we will put our brains together and answer your questions and have some ideas.
Great, I love it. And then the questions about, then the last one is about proceeding with some form of single-use plastics regulations. And can I just ask a clarifying question on process here? I assume that the next step would be a study session where we talk over options, right? It's not like you're going to bring us back an ordinance with all these details all written out. So just to be clear, if we give the thumbs up to this, you know, in some number of months, you'll come back and be like, here's our ideas. What do you think? So with that framing, do people want to see this move forward with ideas to come back to us some months from now? I'm seeing nodding heads. I'm not seeing any thumbs down. So feels like good, but Nicole, you also have your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, I know you all are going to be thinking about the racial equity instrument and applying it here. It would also be amazing to talk with the Center for People with Disabilities, just because I know that there's been a lot of issues within the disability community with some of the straw transitions, and I would just love to have their perspective, understanding what some of the concerns may be that would disproportionately impact them. So whenever you come back with ideas, I would love their input as well.
Thank you so much. And yes, Mayor Brockett, similar to what we did for the bag fee, council gave us general direction. We brought back about 4 or 5 options at a study session, and then we went on to develop an ordinance for the bag fee from there. So I would anticipate like late 2023, likely for something this comprehensive to do the process properly.
Okay, great. Well, it looks like we're very interested. I think I'll speak for my colleagues to say this is an exciting opportunity that the legislature has granted us, one that our community has been really interested in for a long time. One quick anecdote. I spoke to an elementary school class a couple of years ago, and one of their couple big asks was, can we regulate plastics? Can we ban plastic straws or a couple other things? And my answer was no, but the legislature is working on this, and hopefully they'll give us the opportunity. And so they were excited to hear that maybe we would be able to before too long. And now I can go back to that group of elementary school students and get, guess what? We can do it now, and we're working on it. So thank you. All right, good enough. Need anything else?
No, I think that is wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, that's terrific. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thanks for all your hard work and very high quality work. Okay, Alicia, I think we got one last item. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. And that is our item number 8 tonight, matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is the living wage update to be presented by Councilmember Folkerts.
Take it away, Lauren.
Thank you. Thanks for adding this to the meeting. So I just kind of wanted to update you on some of the work I've been working on through the Consortium of Cities Minimum Wage Working Group. So we currently include members from Broomfield, Louisville, Longmont, Erie, Nederland. And we have identified partners and have sort of a preliminary outreach and engagement plan that we're looking forward to starting. So we have our first information session that we're hoping to hold at the end of September. Our current strategy is to do a couple rounds of outreach. Each round starts with a session hosted by the working group that's focused on providing information to our fellow electeds. And then the working group would help support offering help to all our fellow communities to help host those meetings in their own communities so that, each forum is tailored to that community and hosted by one of their own electeds. So our goal with this strategy is to ensure that we're engaging and participating in all communities robustly and creating for a timeline that allows for the incorporation of feedback from our various surrounding communities without any one community's feedback being prioritized over another or being out of step in the process. So that's kind of an outline of where we're at right now. Tonight, I'm asking for a nod of 5 to support to get some staff support, to continue exploring all options for regional collaboration, developing a draft work plan and timeline for a local wage ordinance for our community, conducting necessary outreach within our own community, working on a multilingual engagement strategy to determine the most effective means for engaging our community members with limited English proficiency, and beginning preliminary research on legal and policy issues that we would need to address in order to adopt this ordinance. Did I touch on all the things that we chatted about?
I think you did.
That's great, Lauren. Well, I'm really very appreciative to you of the work that you're doing in this regional collaboration. And I'll just mention as well that I'm doing some outreach to mayors and other council members in some of the other cities that are engaged in this effort to kind of try to do some cross support for the initiative. So I think we got a group of us working on this hard. Mary, you want to say something? We'll go to Mark.
Yeah, just real quick that I wanted to say in support of this, as you're thinking about it, one of the questions may be, does staff have time for this? And the way that we have been working with Lauren, and just appreciate her leadership in this, the current outlined staff has capacity to assist in this work. As that ramps up, potentially we will think about that again next year. But right now we were comfortable moving forward and supporting Councilmember Folkerts in this moving forward. So just know that staff is supportive.
Good to hear. Thanks, Mark.
Mary, you just answered my question, which was, do we have the staff support and can we handle it? Answer given. So end of my comment.
Great. So I guess this then I'll ask for not a 5, but maybe we'll call it a show of hands. Do we have 5 hands to say support staff working on this? That looks unanimous. Excellent.
Thank
Great.
you, guys.
Lauren, thanks again for all your work on this, and I'm excited to see this move forward. Let us know how we can help. All right, Alicia, are we done?
We are done, sir. That's a wrap.
All right, very good. Any final comments, everybody? No?
We'll just circle back under matters another night, probably to chat about the.
Thanks. I was going to mention that and I forgot. Yeah, so back to the psilocybin question. I think it's a little late for that tonight, would be my thought. And so let's look to check in under matters at a subsequent meeting, possibly the first one in September, to check in on that. A brief temperature check. Thanks, Rachel. All right, seeing no other hands, I'll gavel the meeting closed at 10:18 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.